All right, very good morning, everybody, from the flight deck, and welcome to another Twitch stream here at Pilot's Life Live with Captain Nabs. It's nice to see everybody again. Hope everybody's been having a good month. I have been pretty crazy busy this month, which is why my streams have been less than frequent, to say the least. I think it's been 2 weeks at least since I did my previous flight stream, if not more, and it's just the way it is this time of year. It is crazy busy. There's all sorts of stuff going on. The weather is finally beautiful outside, which means you can finally get outside and do all those chores that need to get done, which of course cuts into everything else that you try to get done in your life. So no more hibernating inside for the winter. It's pretty quickly sliding into summer, and it's short in Canada, so you gotta enjoy it. But for this morning, we are going to go flying, and we're going to enjoy the weather from inside the confines of our cozy flight deck in our Boeing 737-800. And once again, we are lined up here with a whole bunch of company aircraft here, Alaska Airlines aircraft here in Portland. So today we are located in Portland, KPDX. We are going all the way to Dallas-Fort Worth, KDFW. This is a pretty long flight. This is a little over 3 hours in the air, so this is definitely going to be a 4-hour-ish stream. So I don't want to delay too long. I want to get this thing rolling, and we'll come back and circle back to updates on a pilot's life once we get airborne. But yeah, like I said, this is going to be a pretty long stream. My target is to get airborne by about 20 after. So yeah, that's coming up pretty quick. So let's get this flight on the road, and hopefully a couple of you guys could join me for this. I know I talked to a couple people last night, Kyle and Zihao. Hopefully you can join me. I know it sucks. I know daytime sucks, and I will try and find some weekends, but honestly, I don't think it's ever going to happen anymore. I work weekends pretty solidly, and that's just the way it is, unfortunately. I really wish there was a way around it. If I can find time, I would. But good morning. But yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of all we got right now. So I really do want to get this going pretty quickly just because it's a long flight. So let's go ahead and hop in that flight deck. And there we go. And get this thing all up and running today. First things first, let's get this fuel truck on the way. And then let's go ahead and get this airplane powered up here.
Until the fuel truck arrives and asked to do
Already got the ground power available. And let's get those IRSs turned on as well. And just do a couple of quick checks of the overhead panel here. And recorder goes on. ECs are all on. No flags. It's good.
I'm out for the walk around.
Those are aligning. Let's start setting up.
Truck is in position. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel. Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
It's being a little bit of a bear here. I'm not sure what's going on with my FS2 crew that just started. And he seemed to automatically start stuff. And one thing I'll say, really, you guys may not notice this, but really the background is very quiet here. I'm going to probably turn up this audio quite a bit here. I watched VATSIM tutorial. There are 2 videos right there. There's a bunch of tutorials. There's 2 main ones.
Fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
There we go. There's 2 main ones, and then there was also the one that just sort of showed you how the sign up process. But yeah, there was 2 where basically you got out and you did a circuit. So if you watch those, that's kind of the basics. It's not by any means extensive, but it kind of gives you a good leg up, hopefully, in getting out there. Let's start setting up. Yeah, I think he already automatically triggered, so that's fine. In the meantime, the fuel truck is here, so let's go ahead and
to set the desired fuel quantity.
See how much fuel we need today, and we're going to need a lot here. Let's see here. Block fuel, 27.5. So using the SimBrief panel, kind of handy just to have it right there in front of you. So let's go 27.8. We rounded up a little bit because that's usually what happens. It's a lot of fuel, 27,800 pounds to get us all the way to DFW. Yeah, that's going to be good. That's flying at a pretty high cost index. If we need to, we can dial it back a little bit. Alright, so we've got the most basic stuff going on here. Let's get the emergency lights armed. And we're fueling. So we can't get the seatbelt sign on, but we can get the window heat on. We can put the packs on auto. Let's see here. Show me That's the duct. Show me the actual temperature in the cabin. So the temperature in the cabin is about 60. So yeah, as soon as the fueling is done, we'll get that APU up and running. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and get started in setting up this this FMS here. If I can get my raw data here, and let's go ahead and go init. Just gotta go to FMC first. Alright, so we do have 737-800 today, 26,000 pound engines. AIRAC is current, May 18th to June 15th, so that is current for today. And we'll talk about some Navigraph updates too, because those were fantastic. So position init, let's grab a GPS location, go back and set our IRSs to the current GPS location, assuming our GPS system is accurate today. And we are going to be doing KPDX all the way down to KDFW. And the flight number today, Alaska 392, flown live on VATSIM as always, because I just believe in it as a good network. It's one of the few nice corners of the internet left. Yeah, that's just it. Those videos were always meant to give you a start. They were not meant to be extensive, like you're going to know everything about VATSIM when you're done, but they're meant to kind of give new people, rookies, a leg up in kind of understanding what's there, what to kind of expect. You're heading to Fort Worth, Cessna. Maybe we'll see you there. We're going to be there in about 3.5 hours, so maybe we'll meet you at the bar afterwards. Departure today is the Whammy 4, as far as India Mike Bravo, and I don't even know what runway to use for departure.
Hi, security and safety check are all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Standby 1. Just have to look. Portland winds 110 at 5, so I don't think 28. I think 10s. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Thanks.
I don't know what's going on with FS2 today. It's a little bit sluggish. Not sure why. All right, so request boarding. We're doing
Boarding
the fuel.
requested.
Boarding's requested. I'm going to say departure off of 10 left. 10 left, I think, is the usual 10 departure. So a little bit of a taxi around there for us, but 10 left. As far as I and B, and then we're going to do J15, Jet 15 as far as Boise, BOI, direct MLD. I've got a couple of MLDs here. So north 4212 by west 127, 112.27. That makes the most sense. The rest of these are all in the eastern hemisphere, so that really is the only one that makes any sense.
Do you want a board crew?
Yes, we'll go ahead and board
Pilot's boarding starting.
EKR. If there's any doubt, you can also scroll down in your flight plan here, and you'll find the exact MLD, Malad City, the exact coordinates you're looking for in your flight plan itself. So if there's any doubt as to which one you're looking for, you can always scroll through the flight plan and find the exact coordinates. DBL. Again, north and west. I don't think we need the one in the eastern hemisphere. Start getting longer haul flights. Okay, it starts to get a little bit more questionable. TBE, north 37, west 103, as opposed to south and west or north and east. So that one makes the most sense. And generally, the one that is top of the list will be the one that's closest to the last point in your route to kind of give you the most likely one you're looking for. Is the one that's closest to the last point. E, Z, and then Medano for the Victor 2. Dano, and then departure arrival. So right now we're estimating 13 right. That's not one we wouldn't use it all that commonly anyways. More likely we're going to be using 18 right for arrival. So go ahead and put the ILS 18 right in there. Go ahead and put the ICL transition, and we're looking for the Victor 2 arrival. That's the important part right now, and we will, and that's via Medano. There it is. We have 3 and something hours to sort this out and finalize our approach, so not too worried about the approach programming at this stage of the game. So go ahead and activate the entire flight plan here, and head right over to the Perf page. ZFW, according to our flight plan, with 169 peeps, which we don't have that many seats actually, so I really need to update my SimBrief and match better. 130.8, and I'm going to turn my backup flight because I find I'm having a hard time here in the GSX. Actually, I wonder, can I just adjust the settings for GSX? Because I'm finding GSX sounds like it's very quiet. audio. Try turning it up a little bit because I find I'm having a hard time hearing what GSX is telling me here. All right, so 130.8 for the ZFW reserves, and if it's too loud, please let me know. I'm just, I'm always trying to find this balance between being too loud, too quiet. Let's see here. So there. All right. Let's see here. So final reserve today is going to be 6.6. We brought it up to 6.7, and the cost index, I set it to a hard 100 just to get us there quickly. I didn't let it auto the cost index there. 330. The initial cruise, and we got to climb at Boise to 350. Average cruise winds for the trip are 240 at 26. And let's see here. ISO
I'm back.
plus
No
3.
issues on the walk out.
Thank you. So we'll go minus 47 for the outside air temperature. All right, we will go ahead and execute that, and then go N1 limit. And again, my calculator. PMDT still does not have this tablet out there. It keeps on being like a little bit closer every time they do an update. Oh, we're a little bit closer to getting it out there. You know what I realized all this time? I don't even have myself up there. Morning, everybody. Every time we're a little bit closer to launching this tablet. It's one of those things. It's going to quickly go down there with global flight operations. It's one of those things that PMDT promised forever and just never actually was going to do. I don't believe that. I believe 100% they are actually working on it. It's just becoming like it's funny how far down the road they've had to kick it to make it work. Let's see here. So what are the weather conditions here in Portland? All right, so grab my weather conditions really here. The winds are 110 at 5. I'm just using my app on my phone to get me some takeoff power setting here. If I do a flap 5 departure, NTI's off, takeoff 2, and I always forget to put it to Imperial. All right, and takeoff weight today, I always forget to look at this. Estimated 158,700. It's probably going to tell me I can't do it in takeoff 2. Takeoff 1. If I do even a flap 50, can I do? No, I can't do it with even takeoff 1. It's going to be takeoff. All right, we're going to do a flap 10 takeoff today with no derate, but we'll use a flex temp of 17 degrees. Not even that much of a flex temp. Need a lot of power to get this airplane off the ground here. So we're going to do flaps 10 takeoff today, and the CFG will just auto-fill from the aircraft here. And 42, 43, 52, those weights all sound good. And we're going to go ahead and change our acceleration height. I like the standard of 1,000.
Hi, here's the fuel slip.
Thanks.
Welcome. Have a nice flight.
All right, and I think the FMS is all set up. So we can go ahead and wander around the flight deck. Have a quick look at everything. All right, so again, the IRSs are aligned, and they should be aligned by now. Stall test can't be done for about 4 minutes after the power up, so I couldn't do it until now. The walk around was good. He's already gone through and checked everything, and I am just basically pre-checking everything. Why am I sitting so high in this flight deck? That's better. All right, so all of the transfer switches are normal. Fuel valves are all closed. Fuel pumps are off. Now, I believe he said we got the fuel slip, and look out the window, and I do see the fuel truck is gone, so we can go ahead and start the APU because it is chilly in the cabin this morning. So we'd like to get that APU up and running, mostly to get some heat going in here. Scan through. Fuel truck is gone. We can turn the seatbelt sign on. Just got the ignition selected there. Perfect. Alright, window heat's all on. Probe heat's off. Anti-ice off. Hydraulic panel set. We've got lots of doors open. Forward and aft entry. Forward and aft cargo. Test the CBR. Looks good. Pressurization looks good. And it is still pretty cold. Looks like about 62 or 64 at the cabin. So we're going to get some air going in here in just a minute as soon as the safety gets all turned up here. 33,000 feet, 600 feet sounds about right for Dallas as far as I recall. Lights are all off except for the position lights are on steady. I realize as I'm sitting here that the rolls are all shoved all the way forward from my previous flight. Actually set up my honeycomb properly here. Alright. Flight controls, electrical fuel, anti-ice, hydraulics, doors overhead. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see any of those flags there. Alright. Looks like the APU is up and running. Let's go ahead and put the generator on the bus. Different aircraft will have different rules. Generally, you don't want to put the APU bleed on right away because you'll tend to get a little bit of potentially burning oil in the bleed system. So you kind of want to let the APU just run the air through for a minute or two before you put on the APU bleed. So we'll just let it run for another minute, and we'll get that APU bleed on as soon as we feel like it's going to be reasonable. I've already forgotten. I said what the altimeter was. 3018 here. He's already said it. 3018, 3018. Love it. All right, flight director's on. And so let's see here. Our speed 152 is the 2. Gonna target that one after takeoff, especially if the engine fails. Otherwise, we'll accelerate normally. We do have the FMSs up and running. It's an LNAV departure, so we're going to get LNAV and VNAV up to keep things easy. And I forget what the exact runway heading is here. We're going to look it up in a second. I'm going to put the heading 100, 10,000. I'm going to leave that right now. We'll come back to that as soon as I get the charts out. Right now, we're just going to finish the checks here. Lights, lights everywhere. Not that I've ever seen a virtual light bulb burn out, but it's just a matter of habit. For me, it's about having proper habits in the aircraft. Alright. Engine oil quantity 73, 75%. And some oil, just get it down there, that's fine. Hydraulic quantities 100%. Love it. Nothing's leaking out of the hydraulic reservoirs. That's good. Alright. It's a little bit bright, but I think it's once we get going here, a lot of these displays will look a little better. Down just a hair, just to start here. Especially the ISI always seems to be the thing that looks the brightest. Alright, traffic should be on, gas is off at this point. Alright, GPWSs are all good. Brake lever stowed, parking brake is already set. Flaps are 0. Ultimate stabs off. Quick fire test here. And while we're at it, we'll do the cargo test. Alright, so let's get the radios set here. 22.8. We'd have our company station probably on number 2, listening on both. We don't have a company station today. We'll go ahead and set the transponder to generic 2000. And check the rudder and aileron trim as well, just by moving them back and forth. The rudder trim you can actually check because the indicators are right there. Except that I'm not moving the rudder trim, I'm moving the aileron trim.
Hello, sir.
Which is almost impossible to reset. It's very annoying to try and reset. Let's see here, how's it look? It's a little bit right way down. This is why I don't usually actually really test it, just because it's so hard to kind of see what you're doing, because you have to look over here to move the switch a little bit, look back and see the impact that it had. It's pretty much 0. Perfect. Okay. Pre-flight checklist. Pre-flight checklist.
Pre-flight checklist. Oxygen.
Tested. 100%. Tested 100%.
Tested 100%. Navigation transfer and display switches. Normal auto. Windows heat on. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Flight instruments.
Heading 152. Oh, sorry. Heading 354. Altimeter 3018.
Heading 354. Altimeter 3018. Parking brake. Engine start levers.
Cut off.
Pre-flight checklist completed.
Are you ready for the departure brief? Are you ready for the departure brief?
Go ahead.
Okay, just give me 1 second here. I'm going to pull up the charts. So get rid of the SimBrief panel for now. Let's pull up the charts here. Preloaded. There's something go boom somewhere in my house, so I'm going to just have a quick check on my dogs and see what they're doing. Alright, in the meantime, Portland. Children. Okay, let's see here. So Portland, we are doing SID whammy 4. That's what we're doing here. So let's just have a quick look first of all for a top altitude. We don't have a top altitude and we don't have any ATC online, so I'm going to give myself just 10,000 as a top altitude. Seems pretty reasonable with the amount of stuff going on around here. And 103 is the runway heading. So just give me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to go and really quickly check and see what the heck the dog's knocked over, because they knocked over something, and I will be right back. Give me 2 minutes here. Alright, I don't know what they knocked over, but I heard something hit the ground. I turn myself down because it looks like I'm over-modulating just a little bit as I talk here, so hopefully that's still pretty good there without clipping at all. Flap settings for takeoff. How do I choose it? In the sim, it's just sort of a compromise. If the runway's at all short, you're going to want a higher flap setting. And by short, depends on the aircraft, but like for 737, anything under like 7,000 feet would probably be a little bit short. Certainly if you get below 5,000 feet, that's very short. You're going to want the higher flap settings. If there's a lot of terrain on departure and you need a high climb rate after departure to clear terrain, you're going to want a lower flap setting. If there's no real reasons, then usually you'll kind of pick something in the middle, so around flaps 5. Yeah, you can click the layer icon that brings it up on the chart. Yeah, I do like that sometimes. Sometimes I just want to look at just the chart, though. I just want to see just the chart without the layering. But yeah, you can click the icon to see it layered on top of the en route charts as well. Okay, anyways, so today we're doing a departure from Portland here on the Whammy 4 departure, 10-3 Echo. And we didn't even look at it here to make sure that it's all correct in here, but 10 left and right, we're going to climb on a heading of 103, then to 540, then direct river. And then it depicts route to Whammy. So 540, then direct river, and then from river for us, it's Kosa, Caddis, and Whammy, and Kimberley, IMB, is our transition point out of the arrival there, or out of the departure there. So that's good. The MSA for Portland, 6,200 to the northeast of the battleground VOR. We're just going to be in that briefly, so keep that in mind, 6,200, and the terrain does rise even higher above that as we get towards Whammy. So if we're not topping out, 10,000. 14,000 pretty much by the time we get to Whammy, we might have a problem because we've got some higher terrain here. There is a mountain off to the southeast of Portland. You're going to see that pretty much as we head down the runway. The taxi out here in Portland's pretty straightforward. We're on the south side of the terminal. Gate Charlie 9, I believe, is the one that I'm parked at here. So for departure 10 left, it's going to be pretty straightforward. We're going to go down Tango. We're going to go Tango, Echo, Kilo, Kilo 1 to get to 10 left. Keep it pretty easy. And just cross the threshold of runway 21 is the only hotspot there. We've got no ATC online, so we're just going to be watching out for aircraft ourselves. Nobody online. If somebody shows up online, please tell me. Yeah, sometimes we get well, the tower shows up. That's basically all I've got for the departure terrain, obviously to the east of the field. So we are going to put the terrain up here on the MFD. So we've got that as well for situational awareness. weather is beautiful today. It's a little bit cloudy, but it should not be too much of an issue. Don't believe we need any anti-ice today. We're at +10 right now. Once we start moving, we'll actually go even faster. And operational, again, let's bring up that SimBrief panel and just have a quick look at the NOTAMs. I should have had a look at this before I left the gate, but I did not because, as I said before the stream, I'm just trying to get the stream going half the time, especially with a long leg like this. I'm not following proper procedure. In reality, I should be sitting here for an hour to an hour and 15 minutes before takeoff, prepping for the flight. I'm not going to do that. It's just not practical, really, for a streamer. But in the real world, that's what you would do. You'd be here an hour to an hour and 50 minutes before departure time, so that you had time to read through all these NOTAMs. So kilo between Echo and Kilo 1 closed. I sense that 10 left is closed. Aha. Okay, 10 right for departure it is then. Sometimes it helps to read the procedures before, or the NOTAMs before you start planning. This is why you should read the NOTAMs before you start making kind of a real plan, so you know what is a limitation on your plan. All right, so that changes things. Let's do, all right, let's do departure 10 right. Departure 10 right. Takeoff speed deleted, that's fine. We're still on the same departure, the whammy 4. So let's go at N1 limit. Takeoff 1, we'll do 17 degrees again. And let's see here, we do appear to have still functional speeds for this, 42, 43, 52, still 52. Still the same speeds, but it deletes them because it wants you to recheck them. Alright, so now for departure off of 10 right, we're going to taxi Tango, we're going to cut over to Echo and Bravo, cross runway 21, Bravo all the way to the threshold of 10 right. Helps to read the NOTAMs. Anything for the SIDS here. Whammy 4 departure, takeoff, obstacle notes. Nothing else looks like. Procedures. Okay. So, yeah. Good to read those before we get going here. Thank you. Nuclear jet posted it just as I sort of came to the same realization. What are you going to do? And this is why we need to try and read our NOTAMs before we actually get into the airplane. Okay. So that's it. Any questions?
No questions.
Alright, so he's showing a couple minutes before he's ready to go. Looks like GSX boarding completed, so we can prepare for pushback and departure. We can definitely put the bleed on now. There's been more than enough time to get the cabin warmed up here, so we can dual bleed, but that's fine. You can hear the bleeds coming in. All the ways with this
checked.
Hello, Captain. We are ready
left
for
and right
pushback.
overwing exit popping up here. And I don't know what it is. If you look outside, they're not open. It's some kind of a glitch. I don't know what it is. Glitch. Pull that bridge off. That door was closed, but anyways. So I'm going to disregard it for now because there's some sort of a glitch in PMPG. What I will do once is I will cycle those doors. Aircraft.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Nope, that's the wrong one. That's the exit. For some reason, and forward, aft, overwing, when it's, you know, the orientation of the airplane is forward, overwing, aft, so it's kind of weird that it's like that. Let's close all these up. These will still, yeah. What I find is that as soon as we get going, they tend to go away, so I'm not sure what is going on with that. It happens about a third of the time when I'm flying this airplane now.
Locking gear.
They seem to fix themselves after a while, so. Yeah, we're just gonna roll with it for now. Looks like everybody's just about ready to go. So the one thing we'll need at the end of the day is final numbers. So in this case, our airline load department, load computing department, right, would go. No, sorry, FS Actions payload would send us our final numbers here, which includes our final zero fuel weight. And we'd have to adjust it here. So the actual zero fuel weight of the aircraft is 137, which is quite a bit heavier than the 130.8 that came in the plan. So we're going to need new takeoff numbers now for sure. I can get this to just go in there. So execute that. So 137 is the actual ZFW that's programmed in by PMG here. For today's flight, it was randomly selected. As I programmed in, that's the one that the aircraft's actually at. So when everyone gets on board, we get to reconcile all the bags that we come up with. So we'd have to go and get gross weight of 164,800, so it's quite a bit heavier, so we would need new numbers. Usually there's some tolerance on your takeoff numbers, depending on, depending on the numbers you use. There's usually some tolerance, some plus or minus on it. You would usually usually you're talking on the order of like 1,000 pounds or 1,000 kilograms. Weight seems to be too high for even flat 10. Wow. She is a heavily laden 737 today, so I've had to switch this back to a D-rate of 12 degrees. We're sitting at 10 degrees right now. There's almost no flex, no D-rate on this. 12 degrees, and now we're doing a flat 5 takeoff because it's just so heavy. 147, 148, 156. Make sure we readjust the B2 here, 156, and then I think we're good to go. Alright, so if you haven't already, you can remove the ground power. Flight deck to ground, you're good to remove the ground power. Roger, and
release parking brakes.
Brakes are set, you're good to remove the shocks as well. Okay, before we get going, I'm just going to make sure my tracker is linked here. So, yeah, server connection status okay, flight simulator connected stage pre-flight. It knows what we're doing. The overlay at the top of the screen there seems to know what we're doing. I think everything's good to go, unless anybody's missed anything. Are we all good to go? Before start checklist. Before start checklist.
Release parking brakes.
Stand by.
What I'm going to do really quickly is just pull this up here. This QR code. It's easier to have it on my second device. There we go. And then at least it just sort of displays the FS2 status of the other device.
Release parking brakes.
Alright, I believe we are all ready to go.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Did I not? You know what? Stand by. Before start checklist.
Before start checklist. Flight deck door closed and locked. MCP.
Hey guys,
Heading
all
156.
packs are on board. Are we clear to close?
Good to close. Clear to close. Clear to close short taxi. B2156, heading 103, altitude 10,000.
Takeoff speeds.
V1 147, VR 148, V2 156.
CDU pre-flight.
Completed.
Rudder and aileron trim.
Free and 0.
Taxi and takeoff briefing.
Completed.
Anti-collision light on. Before start checklist completed.
Did do a good job there. Thanks, it'll be a short taxi. Yes.
Thanks. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay. Shouldn't have done that push without these guys doing this, without the checklist done. Alright.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board our
That should
flight
fix
today.
itself
This
here.
is Fleet Flight Attendant speaking.
Start
Please
sequence is
direct your
1, then 2.
attention to the cabin crew for
Check.
safety
Start engine 1.
There is an instruction
Starting
card
engine
in the
1.
seat pocket that illustrates the safety equipment on this aircraft.
Yeah, not well done.
Regulations require compliance with the
That's what happens sometimes when you get
well as all
rushed into doing things
instructions.
before you're really
Flight
truly ready. That's why you gotta
information
sometimes just
signs
take that
and
minute and think about it. You need,
Fasten your seatbelt by
Oil
inserting
pressure.
the metal tip into the buckle. Tighten by pulling
I
on
don't know
the
why
belt.
the NDIS is
To
on.
release your seatbelt, lift the metal flap on the buckle. It is our policy that you keep
Must
your
have heard me
seatbelt
say something
fastened
and
at all
thought I was
times
talking about
while
NDIS.
seated. Doors are clearly marked with exit signs and instructions for door
Set
operation.
parking brakes.
Each door is equipped with an escape slide. Locate the exit nearest you. The nearest exit may be behind you. In an emergency, lights will illuminate the aisle. The cabin is pressurized. If there is a loss of cabin pressure, a panel will open and oxygen mask will appear. Remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until a mask towards you starts to
Alright, wait
blow
a second for
oxygen.
this to start.
Oxygen will be flowing to the mask even though the bag may not inflate. Cover your nose and mouth with the mask. Place the elastic band around your head and tighten by pulling on the end.
Starter
Secure your
cutout.
own mask before assisting others. Your seat bottom cushion may be used as a flotation
Number
device.
1 stable.
Pull up and remove
Start
the
engine
cushion.
2.
Upon exiting the aircraft,
Start in
Place your
engine
arms
2.
around the cushion and hold on to the straps located on the back. This is a non-smoking flight. Smoking is not permitted in the cabin or lavatory. Cabin lights will now be turned off. Reading light buttons are located above
Oil
your
pressure.
seat. Thank you for your attention.
Unlocking gear.
Not very chatty because I'm kind of watching the start process, and I also want to make sure that this guy's not listening to things I'm talking about, doing things I'm not expecting. So trouble trying to stream with FS2 Crew. I love FS2
pin
Crew.
removed.
But if I forget to mute it,
Left is clear.
things can get awkward.
Right
really
is
quick.
clear.
Alright, there goes the tug. Tug tow bar. Should have a wave off here shortly. Ramp attendant with a pin.
Starter cut out.
And there's the person.
Number 2 stable.
Alright. Perfect. So they've got the pin. Good. Number 2 is stable. We're all waved off. Flaps 5. Flight control check.
Ready.
Full left. Full right. Center. Full up. Full down. Center. Full left. Full right. Center. Flight control check complete. After.
Checked.
Before taxi check.
Before taxi checklist. Generators on. Probe heat on. Anti-ice off. Isolation valve auto. Engine start switches. Continuous. Recall.
Close the doors. Checked.
Checked. Auto brake. RTO. Engine start levers.
Idle detent.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Ground equipment.
Clear.
Clear. Before taxi checklist completed.
Alright, so these door lights are still showing open. I've had the cabin first verify it. They are both obviously closed. The eclipse comes up on this aircraft every couple of flights, so we're just going to disregard it for now. Clear left.
Clear right.
Portland traffic, good morning. Alaska 392 is back gate Charlie 9er, taxi for departure runway 10 right. FS2 Crew, there is a different version of FS2 Crew. So FS2 Crew sells a different version for different aircraft with the SOPs for that particular aircraft. So yes, there is one for the fly-by-wire A320. There's another one for the Phoenix A320. Another one for the Mad Dog. And the PMDG 737. I think that's all the MSFS ones they have right now. Oh, and they have the Aerosoft CRJ as well. They also support the Aerosoft CRJ. So they have a number of different. They have a number of different products, and yeah, the FS2 Crew. Like I like FS2 Crew in a lot of ways. Voice detection is fantastic. Their product support is really quite good. The developer, the lead developer. I'm not sure if he does it all by himself or if he has a few other people helping him. But the lead developer, he's always ready to answer questions and everything. So yeah, I find he's a very good. They're very good developer from that perspective. All right, you guys moving or no? I can't tell. I don't think you guys are moving yet, so I'm gonna go around you. While I'm waiting. Yeah, so it's a well-supported product, and that to me is also important. Like a product is like what a product does is important. But also making sure that it's well supported is also important to me, frankly. And there's so many developers that sort of release products. There's not that many, but there are a bunch of developers in the flight simulation community that release a product and never ever support it. Whatever they put out there, it's done. And if there's problems, if there's bugs that make the product completely unusable, they don't care. They take your money and they're gone. There's lots of other ones where there's lots of other developers where they really do care about the community in the long run. And I really much prefer to support those kind of developers. Alright guys, here we go on our way to
Flight deck. Okay, thanks. Captain, the cabin is secure.
Thank you. On our way to DFW here. Just one check again. So just to look, it does look like it does see that we are moving here. Taxi out is the flight stage, so our flight tracker is working here. We're not cutting anybody off. And it does look like the flight tracker, or the, not the flight tracker, but the overlay at the top is also working. I feel like I regret buying GSX Pro. It does not work very well for me. You gotta, see, I like GSX. It is a finicky piece of software. It is finicky, I will absolutely grant that. Clear left and right on 0321. But I find it works, like, once you kind of learn it a little bit, it works quite well. The things that I really enjoy it for, the things that really, to me, mean the most for GSX is the pushback and the marshal. Those are the things that mean the most. The rest of it can be glitchy. The nice thing about GSX is that it is completely customizable. So, like, different aircraft, every different aircraft that gets released, like the GSX, especially the major ones anyway, GSX releases configuration files for it that basically tell GSX exactly where the doors are, where the nose gear is to connect the tug and everything. So, yeah, it can be finicky, and sometimes it does get hung up. Sometimes it does get hung up in the wrong spot. The pushback gets stuck somewhere. It absolutely. Aviation's a crazy dynamic environment. I have mad respect for FS Dream Team and Berto and what they managed to pull off with GSX, being able to take this relatively dynamic environment that humans sometimes even have a hard time navigating, and manage to sort of pare it down into a series of scripts that basically do work. They're not perfect, and you know, vehicles will drive through buildings and stuff. For me, more than 50% of the cases parking is out of position. I tried to fix it, and it doesn't really change them. Okay, well that's annoying. 100% I guarantee that. I find with the default airports it can be very hit or miss with the. But I also find, like, when I do save it, my first thought is, are you running MSFS as an administrator? Because GSX, when you run it within MSFS, you know, inherits whatever permissions from MSFS. Make sure you are running MSFS as an administrator. That way, it does have the ability to modify system files. You know, save configuration files. Yeah, I highly recommend you run Microsoft Flight Simulator as a system administrator. It gives it better control, ability to save settings. That might help your GSX issues. Give it a try. If not, we can always try more, but that's my first suggestion. Before takeoff checklist.
Before takeoff checklist. Flaps.
Flaps 5, green light.
Stabilizer trim.
units. 5.2 units.
Before takeoff checklist completed.
Alright, you guys ready? Kinda like that. Alright, here we are. Add that to my gallery for my intros there. Last look to make sure that's VATSIM, tower online, Portland traffic, Alaska 392, take position runway 10 right for departure, whammy departure. Got whammy 4, I think. Runway entry procedure.
Okay. Cabin crew, take your seats. Clear on the approach. Ready to go.
Alright, auto thrust is on. N1 Toga. Takeoff.
Thrust set. 80 knots.
gear up.
View 1, rotate, positive rate, 400 feet.
Cal nav. Flaps 1.
Checked. Gear up. Speed checked.
Flaps up.
Flaps 1 set. Speed checked. Flaps upset.
Select Command A.
Autopilot on.
So yeah, he's kind of fallen asleep a little bit there. I've never had this problem with FS2 before. It's been kind of slightly.
Autopilot on. Heading select. Checked.
How you doing, buddy? I don't know if it's the particular voice pack or something going on with FS2 crew, because I've never seen it like hesitate like this, and then eventually comes back and figures out what it's doing, and it's like everything's queued up in there. But yeah, it's a little odd. All right, how are we doing temperature-wise? Pat plus 11, so we're okay without the NTIs for now. After takeoff checklist. Yeah, just you're talking about that plug up exactly. It's like it won't even unmute itself here, and then it'll suddenly unmute itself while I'm talking about something else. After takeoff
Auto
checklist.
throttle arm. After takeoff checklist, engine bleeds, on, backs, auto, landing gear, up and off, flaps, up, no lights. After takeoff checklist complete. Happy to release the cabin crew?
Go for it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's about the end of the interactions I'm going to have with this guy for the time being. It's very odd, because yeah, like generally it's been very good. I've had very few problems with FS2 like that, like just weird pauses. Occasionally it'll crash, occasionally the script will get out of sequence too. So much of this world is just so dynamic and so complex. It's very hard to kind of write software that follows it perfectly and then recovers if it gets itself out of order. If it gets stuck for some reason, it has a hard time recovering. It's a very complicated dynamic world. Communication really is. Human beings have that ability to kind of recover from mistakes and errors and unusual situations and get back into it. But it's hard to program a script to do that without just considering an almost untold number of possibilities. So that's one of the reasons. Like I really do. I commend the Stream team for GSX because it really takes a very complicated
1000 to level.
Set higher altitude, yeah, and 10,000. Let's go ahead and set the cruise altitude here. Since there's no ATC, I get kind of hung up. It's not positive. I'm not going to do anything here. All right, there's 33,000 feet set for our cruise. This guy, I'm not sure what's going on with
10,000.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. MSFS has a good SDK, but
Happy to release the cabin?
there are a lot of restrictions to it. Go for it.
Okay.
There's a lot of security kind of style restrictions.
Portable electronic devices may now be used with the
Make
exception
it,
of reused two-way transmitters.
a lot harder for developers to access all the information within MSFS.
Navigation systems.
Checked.
Stop listening to me up front. I'm just going to turn this thing off. Alright, I'm shutting it down. I'll try a little reboot here just to FS2 here and see if a second launch will make it run a little smoother.
Autopilot on.
Okay, let's see if he reset it. Hopefully it'll work a little smarter after this. Yeah, that's just getting a little frustrating. Okay, so still tap 14 degrees here, so we don't need any anti-ice. We just climb up to the loft of this cloud layer here. Perfect. Let's see here. Seatbelts are off. Cabin crew is moving about the cabin. The lights are off at 10,000. Everything's looking pretty good here. Just a little awkward when your FO starts and stops reacting to you halfway through the takeoff. I think he said V1 and they never said rotate. I kind of was waiting for it, and then I just did it on my own. I looked down and I said, yeah, we're way above rotation speed. Let's do it. Yeah. Run the intentional first officer shutdown checklist. Yeah, I guess I can beat it with the fire extinguisher. In the Dash 8, there used to be the alternate gear extension handle, which is just like about a 3-foot long solid steel pipe painted like just yellow and black stripes. You just stick into the ground, into the floor of the flight deck. There was a little valve there. You'd have to stick it in there, pump it back and forth, and pump the gear down. And yeah, we used to call it the first officer heating stick. Like the thing that this pipe must have weighed like 10, 15 pounds. Like it was a hefty piece of pipe. Fort Worth is online. Will they still for the next 3.5 hours? Yeah, I'm skeptical about that. 3.5. I doubt it, but maybe someone else will hop on. I doubt the same controller will be there in 3.5, but hopefully a different controller will be online. Yeah, we can't all stick around on this network forever. I just want to send a quick shout out to Squibbly, even though he's not here, because last night he passed his C1 exam. I went in and I did a flight for him. Did a little mayday, shut down an engine in flight, called it an engine fire, and the airplane flew pretty well even on the single engine. I was quite impressed. It was the Citation 10, which is the default aircraft, not the Citation 10, the Citation 1, default aircraft, not the best aircraft in the world, but yeah, just to have a little bit of fun. I shut down an engine, declared an emergency, and yeah, he did a fantastic job and got me down to the airport. Yeah, passed his C1 exam last night, so congratulations, Squibbly, wherever you are. Hopefully you're out there listening and watching somewhere. And hopefully, yeah, we'll get to fly with you even more in the future now that you're fully certified as a C1 controller. So nice, well done, good job to you. Around, make sure this guy has not messed up any other switches. Turn the auto thrust off. We got it back on now. All this other stuff here. Yeah, and we're going just full bore, flying like 3 knots below the red line on our way to DFW today. Yeah, let's see who's the controller online right now at DFW here. It is let's see, James Dugan. Doubt Mr. James Dugan will be there when we get there, but you never know. He just got on, so 3.5 hours. It's conceivable he might still be there. I sometimes will do a 3 to 4 hour controlling session myself. It's a bit long, but I will do it once in a while, so it's conceivable he could still be here in 3.5 to 4 hours. But I'm not going to hold out hope anyways. I'm going to probably, if I was to bet, I'd bet that somebody else would be logged in. Unfortunately, it's kind of a middle of the work week, middle of the day, flying the West Coast, of course. Transition set standard. Set standard. Set standard. That's okay. Standard is set and cross-checked. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that today. It's be a little bit funky. There goes the mountain that we made sure we didn't hit. Well done. And away we go on our way to DFW. Alright, so not a whole lot of people watching this morning, but I am going to pop this in here right now. Aircraft failures. We've got a long time to go here. All systems random. And we are going to turn on random failures to a rate of 5 events per 10 hours. We are going to limit it to 1 event for now, and we might set up to 2. Failure is an inherently boring one. I still never figured out what that one failure we did. I can't remember what stream we did, but like 2 streams ago, 3 streams ago, we had a failure. The FP&G tray had a failure, and it was such a benign failure we never figured out what it was. Yes, sorry, yes, absolutely. there you go. Sorry about that. I noticed that on the takeoff roll. Thank you for bringing that up again. I noticed that on the takeoff roll, the volume went like crazy on the audio there, so I have turned that down a little bit. Just gonna check the balance of all my different audio stuff here. I've turned it down to the point where I can't hear it. You know what? My GSX volume is very low. That's probably part of the reason I'm having a hard time hearing things. It's actually turned way down. All right. Hopefully that is okay. Perfect. Okay, good. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I glanced down and I just noticed in the takeoff roll that it was just in the red, like constantly, and I'm like, oh, can't, gotta focus right now. Well, I will, I'll fix it once we get airborne. And then the FS2 crew distracted me once we got airborne, and that is one of the most dangerous things about this business is distraction. Is a constant battle to make sure that you're not overly distracted by all sorts of pretty and shiny things. But yeah, that's just it. You're constantly being distracted by 100 things in this business. People need things from you. They want things from you right now. Like, I want to disconnect the ground power. I want to give you the fuel ticket. I want to tell you that the cabin's secure and ready to go. Like, the station calls you and they tells you you're delayed for this reason or that reason. So there's always 100 things kind of distracting you when you're trying to fly and trying to organize and get ready for departure. Especially that's kind of the worst area where things are really like just everything's happening all over the place. So many things kind of happen simultaneously to bring an aircraft departure together, and it amazes me how many different things will happen to try and distract you. There's so many different inputs into the flight deck. There's the radio, there's the intercom with the ground crew, there's of course the open flight deck door, the ACAR system. It's so many different ways that information and messages are flowing into the flight deck, and it is an incredible distraction. It's tough to manage the distraction and make sure that you don't miss any steps because you got distracted at the wrong critical moment. And it happens. It happens regularly. That's why we have checklists to make sure we don't miss any crucial steps, because there's just constantly people coming in and interrupting you while you're trying to get ready for departure. It is a good 25 to 30 minute process to set up an airplane, and at kind of at a minimum. And people, for that 30 minutes, people are constantly walking in and out, or here's the fuel ticket, okay, thanks, cool. And it's a small thing. It doesn't seem like much, but it's just that moment of distraction. It can cause all sorts of problems if it happens at the wrong moment and you miss something crucial because you got distracted. So pilots will do all sorts of memory tools to try and avoid the distraction and make sure that they don't forget something that something a little later on because they get distracted. I've seen all sorts of stuff, but guys often hang pieces of paper in front of the PFD, like on the ground, like while we're getting ready. Usually, like there's in behind the bevel, there's the bezel. There's a little there's like a little gap. Like the bezel is a separate piece from the actual screen, so there's usually a little gap. You can shove a piece of paper in there, and it's just a memory tool. Like when you look up and you see it there, you're like, oh, what was I supposed to remember? Or some guys I've seen will put a piece of paper with a word on it on the parking brake, so that you won't release that parking brake without looking at that piece of paper and saying, oh yeah, before we go, I got to remember to do this as well. I got to remember to ask maintenance for this, that, and the next thing. Make sure we have our logbook back. Make sure we have our dangerous goods form if we're carrying dangerous goods. Like there's so many different little things. The checklists, the personal checklist you got to have inside your head is just insane. And it's funny because I was reading about this that I believe it's the American Airlines flight attendants just recently have started using this app. The company has put out this app that they want all of their staff to use to communicate. I think it's called Connect or something. I'm pretty sure it's American Airlines. And the American Airlines flight attendants are in an uproar about it because it is a non-stop distraction because they're constantly being bombarded with messages. It's an internal company text messaging app that's specifically designed where gate agents sitting up at the gate can send a message to the cabin crew in the airplane about whatever. Hey, are you ready for boarding? Whatever information they might need to pass back and forth without having to come down and talk to them in person. The idea being to save that walking up and down. And some of these places, the gate, the jet bridge can be quite long. It can be quite a little walk down to the airplane. At least a couple minutes, when you're trying to turn an airplane in 35 to 40 minutes and it takes you 3 minutes to walk down and 3 minutes to walk back up, okay, that's a lot of time that suddenly gets killed. And wasted. So I understand the idea behind it, but the flight attendants say it's such an immense distraction, and the part of the problem is that it is a completely hands-off. What am I trying to say here? It's such a abstract tool. Not abstract is the right word, but it lacks that person-to-person interface. So because the gate agent doesn't come down and talk to the flight attendant in person, but just sends them a message, they have no idea how busy the flight attendant is doing things at a particular time. And then, of course, so instead they just send a text message, but because they don't see how much distraction and how busy they are, some of them will send like umpteen different text messages, passing along all sorts of information, and it's like, well, it's great to share the information, but it's such a distraction. Every time the thing bleeps in your pocket, you got to pick it up instead of dealing with the passengers in front of you. Now you got to look at it, read the message, contemplate the message. Maybe it requires a reply to be composed. So there's a big uproar about the amount of distraction this app is causing during the boarding process, especially when flight attendants, they're trying to get passengers on the airplane, but they're also monitoring the passengers as they get on board the airplane. A lot of people don't kind of realize this, but they're sort of observing the passengers, making sure that, nobody's trying to drag on a bag that's too big or smuggle on a pet that they're not authorized for, or, an alcoholic beverage that they're not allowed to bring on the airplane. Like, there's all sorts of things, flight attendants are just kind of keeping an eye out for, rule breakers, not necessarily even intentional rule breakers, but just making sure that the rules are in place. And if you're constantly turning around to look at the phone to answer the questions from the agent, and the agent is not seeing how busy you are at this particular moment, then it's the same kind of concept, behind why talking on a cell phone while you're driving is so much worse than talking to a passenger while you're in your car while you're driving. The person on the cell phone has no idea what you're doing, what your environment is, how busy you are, how much you're focusing on other tasks. They may not even know you're driving a car at the time. Whereas the person who's sitting in the car next to you is present, can see where your focus is and see when you are distracted, and they can easily stop the conversation at any point in time when it becomes obvious that you're focusing on something, whether it be trying to figure out where you're going or trying to navigate through some difficult traffic or something like that. But whereas the person on the phone, without that context, without seeing your environment, has no idea what you're doing. So there's a big uproar at American Airlines among the flight attendants about this app, and it's a huge distraction. And I tend to believe it. These giant black mirrors that we all carry around, they're huge distraction devices at all times. And yet we are conditioned. We are conditioned. We have conditioned ourselves to respond to everything instantly. Whenever a message comes in, whenever something happens, we want to hear this response instantly. So it's very it could be a very dangerous situation. I don't know the whole context of it, but their argument certainly does make sense. There can be a lot of problems with this sort of system here. So anyways, it's interesting that came up right then, just talking about distraction and what constitutes distraction. I could imagine having like a company sanctioned text messaging app on my iPad while I'm sitting there trying to prepare a flight, and people are sending you constant messages. It's bad enough the messages that are coming off the ACARS. At least the ACARS is somewhat passive usually. In our aircraft, they just simply automatically print stuff that comes in off the ACARS. So, you sort of look down, you see something prints off, and you can kind of, when you have a moment, you can rip it off and look at it. But it's kind of nice because it just sort of sits in a queue there. If you don't rip it off the printer and read it right away, it's just still there, waiting to be answered whenever you have time. So you can even have a quick glance at it and see, is it a status message? Is it something important? Is it something that's very... I'm getting tired of this Discord beeping at me in my ear here. You can see what kind of messages, if it's an unusual message, maybe dispatch is sending you a message about delay or weather reroute or something, or whether it's just your standard. Okay, yeah, there's the load numbers. Okay, yeah, we'll leave those there, and we'll deal with them when it's the appropriate time in the procedure. So managing distraction is such an important thing in the flight deck, especially during the preparation process, the pre-flight process. There's just a never-ending litany of distractions. And they all seem to happen at the worst possible time. But again, flight attendants especially, I find, I will 100% compliment flight attendants. Like, I have watched countless flight attendants step in and just stand there behind the pilots and not say anything when they're doing something, when they're obviously doing something, when they're briefing, when they're running through a checklist, when they're doing an overhead flow or something. They'll stand behind there patiently, quietly waiting to be noticed. because usually the point they get noticed is when there's a momentary break in the procedure, and you can look around and see that there's somebody there, and I love them for it. I'm so grateful to the good flight attendants who do that. And again, there's 32,000 climbing 33,000. Again, it comes down to context. They come in, they see that there's something obviously, some sort of process going on, and they don't want to interrupt it at a bad spot. So unless it's something super critical, if there's there's a fire breaking out the back of the airplane or a fist fight in the back of the airplane, yeah, they're gonna interrupt whatever you're doing at that point in time. But most of the time, they're coming in to tell you something, oh, our water's not full, or there's something's broken. We just realized something's broken. They'll stand there patiently waiting for a minute or two at least, wait to get noticed, to make sure that there's like a break in whatever process is happening, so they don't distract and interrupt in the middle of the process. And I love them for it. They're really quite good at it, at sort of seeing and judging. And it's all about being there in the place, in the moment, and seeing what's going on at the moment. People calling over the radio have no sense of that context because they can't see what's going on in the flight deck, so they don't know how busy you are. They just call randomly, and maybe you can answer right away, maybe you can. FMC speed, VNAV path. All right, level at 33. We're going to be 33 till we get to Boise, which is not too far down here. I believe it was the end of Jet 15. Yeah, there it is, 150 miles up ahead. We're going to climb up, do our step up to 350, so not too far to go here. So we get up to 350. I am really burning rubber. You guys are... you guys in the 320 are kind of hanging out a little further behind. Yeah. All right, so we are level here in cruise. And we just passed a waypoint IMB just a few minutes ago. So let's do the quick update here. Oops, not that one. Sorry, wrong thing there. I'm just going to pull my... let's see here, flight log over here. So we just passed IMB. What time did we pass IMB at here? And I do that all the time. All right, so IMB we passed at 1450 with 23 tons of fuel. So we're just going to do this so we can make a lot of appropriate checks here. I prefer blue because it's just more obvious. IMB. So again, over at 1450. 23 tons of fuel. So we were a little high on the fuel when we got there, which is perfect. And 1450. And then we'll just start putting in ETAs all along the way here. This just allows us to keep track of our flying and make sure we're not falling too far behind schedule. If we are falling behind schedule, it could be that fuel could become an issue down the road. So we want to make sure we know these things. We kind of have a sense of what we're doing. And nowadays, we actually have an app at work that does this, that actually is the same app that has our flight plan. It also creates a flight log for us. We just have to put in the time, and it just does this calculation all the future times for us, which is great. Saves us a little bit of mental math, but frankly, it's kind of good to keep your brain working. So I'm going to... This is also a good opportunity to keep my brain working. Oh, 55. See me make a mistake, don't hesitate to call me out on it here. I'm generally pretty good at math, but it's not to say I have never made a mistake. We're on the Victory 2 here at 1732, so we're almost at the end here. 1733. 1740, and hey, look at that! That matches exactly what is planned right now by the FMS. 1740, our ETA into DFW. So obviously my math test was pretty well passed there. Below what? Sorry. By the time I read the message, I'd missed the context of it. All right. What else have I got to talk about here? So, some of you guys may have noticed there down at the bottom of the screen there that hopefully it's working. I can't even see it because I can't do it on my own channel, but hopefully you guys are accumulating points down there. I did start to set up a little bit of a point reward system. I noticed Nomad do this on a stream, and I thought it was a great little thing. For those of you that do watch my stream more often, it's a kind of a fun little way to reward you. The only things I really give you with the points there, I don't have a whole lot of stuff because I don't ever want to make this terribly unrealistic. So basically the one thing I kind of put the points towards was like, if you really want to request a failure at a certain time, you got to accumulate a whole ton of points, but you can request some serious failures. I'm going to probably add some less serious failures as well. At different point levels, but yeah, you guys can redeem points for watching the channel, and you can use them to just request failures. I still have to actually physically do it, obviously, but it'll come through on the channel. Hopefully I won't miss it, so please feel free, if you do use up the points at any point in time, to get my attention, because sometimes I do look away, especially if we're doing something at the moment, if we're having a good conversation, or if we're just I'm setting up for arrival, or halfway through the takeoff or something. So but I did set up some things for like engine failures, hydraulics failure, I think I put in there as well. So yeah, just a different way to kind of trigger some failures for those of you guys that watch my channel a lot, give you a chance to torture me a little bit, cause me a little bit of grief. And it just seems like nothing ever wants to fail when I'm when I'm flying along here. It's yeah. In real life, I don't want stuff to fail, but that's part of the fun of having a flight simulator. That's part of the wonderful thing about having a flight simulator. Having a flight simulator that is so realistic, such high fidelity, that you can go out there, that you can come in here and you can practice failures constantly. And I tend to practice them very frequently now in the simulator, because I get my jollies of flying airplanes that work properly and don't have problems. I get my jollies doing that at work. So when I come home, this is an opportunity to really practice the unusual situations, the things that don't happen every day. And I've used this sim to great advantage for that. Pretty much any time I've gone to a new airport, I have visited it in Microsoft Flight Simulator or P3D in the previous era before that. New airports, 100% I do that now. It's a great way to kind of familiarize yourself with the procedures, run the arrivals, run the departure, taxi, know where the gates are for your particular airline, like that sort of thing. Like it's a fantastic training tool, orientation tool for pilots. It's not perfect. It's not going to simulate every last thing you can do, but it's certainly as a procedural trainer, the flight simulators with the level of modeling that's going on, the detail that's available, the system, the depth of the systems that are available in front of you here, it is quite. It's a very good procedures trainer. I've done a whole bunch of stuff in the Airbus. I've done things that I've only gotten a chance to do in the full motion sim like once. You do it like once during training, and that's basically it. So some of the more unusual but severe failures that you don't get to practice too often, the emergency electrical configuration, dual hydraulic failures. I was watching the Mayday episode the other day with the DHL, what was it, the A300 or the A330 that got hit by the missile departing Baghdad. Triple hydraulic failure in an Airbus. That is, in theory, an almost unrecoverable situation. Airbus does not plan on a triple hydraulic failure. It is just so statistically unlikely as to be just not even. They don't even have a procedure for it. When you have a triple hydraulic failure in an Airbus, it's just you're on your own. You're making up your own procedures. And they basically did. The guys in the Mayday episode, after a couple minutes of trying to figure it out, basically did what the United. What was it, United 2202 or something? I can't think of the flight number, but the United Airlines flight that crashed into Sioux City, crash landed in Sioux Falls, Iowa, Sioux City, Iowa, I think. At the end of the day, like about half the passengers survived what was an unsurvivable incident, because the middle engine in the tail shattered and severed all three hydraulic systems. So they lost all three hydraulic systems. So what did they do? The only thing they had control of was the thrust of the two engines they had left. And the DHL guys did the same thing. They used the thrust of the two engines they had left to steer the aircraft. They had no rudder, they had no ailerons, they had no elevator. They just used the thrust, and they managed to get the aircraft to the runway. Much like the Sioux Falls incident, they managed to land on the runway. The Sioux Falls incident, unfortunately, just as they came down to the runway, the aircraft started to pitch down, and it really kind of hit the ground really hard and rolled. Unfortunately, a number of people died, but a number of people walked away, which was frankly miraculous given the situation they were in. It was an unsurvivable situation, and the pilots managed to pull it together. The guys in Baghdad did even better. Like, they even kept the airplane upright. They were lucky enough that they hit the runway. They went off the side of the runway after they landed, but they landed on the runway using nothing more than thrust to control the airplane. Like, that is impressive. That is an impressive piece of flying. I can't even conceive of doing that. But it speaks to that just never give up human attitude too. Like, you do not give up until the very end. You keep trying anything and everything that you can to save the situation as best you can. And even if you go off the side of the runway, being at the airport, you've got emergency services available to you. It was a pretty impressive piece of flying. I was very impressed with it. But even the FAA has determined that the odds of a triple hydraulic failure in any modern jet, to the point where the only control system for the aircraft is the thrust levers, is so remote. The chances of it happening are so remote. It happened twice in the last 30, 40 years that it's not worth pursuing any kind of research into it. There was a point in time where they were doing research into it. There was actually an FAA program, or maybe it was a NASA program, but the U.S. anyways was working on a program that would allow the autopilot to fly an aircraft using nothing but the thrust levers. No flight controls whatsoever. In the case of a loss of all flight controls, it was an automated system that would fly the aircraft just using the thrust levers, and would manage to maintain a course, land. It wouldn't necessarily be the smoothest flight in the world, the most precise flight, but it would rudimentarily maintain course and speed and altitude, and be able to fly and approach and land an aircraft. And they actually did a demonstration of it. They had a demonstrator, I think it was an MD-11, and with no flight controls, just with this computer controlling the thrust, they proved that it was technically feasible to do it. But that research unfortunately was shut down. The FAA just came to the conclusion that the cost associated with it was not worth it for the likelihood of this incident ever happening. It was such an unlikely incident. That Sioux Falls crash was such a once-in-a-lifetime accident until it happened again in Baghdad. I mean, then it wasn't an accident. Then it was a missile that hit the aircraft and blew a part of the wing off and drained all 3 hydraulic systems. But the odds of it happening were considered to be so unlikely that the FAA just gave up on it and said, we're not going to pursue that research any further. But they did have a demonstration. They did do a real-world flight with it, and they proved that it could be done. So the technology exists. Whether or not it's ever going to actually see the light of day, probably not. Like, again, kind of a risk, just a basic risk assessment. The odds of such a thing happening, so minimal. They figured the better thing is to try and contain engine failures than to necessarily install systems to computers to allow the aircraft. But the funny thing is that you look at like Airbus. Like, Airbus is a bunch of flying computers anyways. Like, could we not program the computers that are already in the aircraft to also perform this additional function? Do we need a separate computer to be able to do that function? And how much does that extra computer weigh? Like, everything in the Airbus is already an electronic interface anyways. So, just inserting one more system in the way, it's going to take some research and obviously some effort to make sure that that the whole system fails safe. But I would think Airbus certainly would have less of a challenge on it than, say, perhaps Boeing, who's got a bit of a simpler aircraft with a little bit less computerization. Although, who knows with the MAX as well. Alright, how are we doing here? Okay, so we are landing at 1740. It is now 15:04, so we have 2 hours and 35 minutes to go. What do you guys want to talk about for 2 hours and 35 minutes? Because barring anything exciting failing, I see a few more people are watching, so I'm going to bump up that failure rate one more time. And if you guys see more people, tell them to come watch, because the more people I see, what am I looking for here? More people I see watching, I've sort of set the rate to set the exit rate to match this here. So hopefully something will happen. This is a long flight too, so I think that the odds of something happening on this flight are pretty decent. Maybe we'll need to divert to Denver along the way. Who knows? It's always a possibility. I'm just trying to think here. So as we head east here, kind of crossing over the Rockies, the one thing I have never really had to do before was before I started my current job was ever use escape charts. So depending on the route you take, there's obviously some high terrain, and there's two things you always need to consider when you're flying along above high terrain, and they are there's basically two reasons why you would descend an aircraft in a hurry over high terrain, and one is an engine failure, which is you have no choice because the aircraft cannot sustain itself at the altitude you're at. If we were to lose an engine right now at 33,000 feet, we would not be able to maintain 33,000 feet. We could maintain it for a little while, but the speed would slowly bleed back, and what we would usually do is we'd let it bleed back to the optimal glide speed, and then we'd simply start gliding down at that optimal speed. It would keep our descent rate to a minimum, which is important over high terrain. The other option, of course, is a pressurization issue. So there's usually two issues that will cause you to need to descend over high terrain, and it's either usually an engine failure or potentially possibly fire or something like that. But usually an engine failure forces your descent, or a cabin pressurization issue that also forces you to descend. So it's important for us to be able to descend to a safe altitude, which for cabin pressurization issues is 10,000 feet. So I'm just trying to think, where do I keep these things here? I haven't had them. Okay, go away. Let's see here. I do have, yes I do have on my tablet here loaded up some escape charts. So an escape chart is basically, as the name implies, it's a way of getting out of wherever you are. So if I can figure out where we are here. Here we are. Okay, let me see if I can find the right chart here. I've got a whole bunch of charts here, so I'm just trying to make sure I have the right chart here, and here we go. So I don't know how well this is going to come across on my tablet, in all honesty, if this is going to work at all. Not really, huh? That sucks. Because I don't have any other way of loading it up on here, I don't think. Let me think if there's a way I can bring this up on my screen here. The only thing I can think of is if I email it to myself, then I can bring it up on screen. So let me email it from my tablet to myself here. But what you'll do as we approach Boise, you can kind of see here on the terrain display that we are approaching higher terrain. And it's not an issue at this altitude, but what you'll also often see on the flight plan, I'm not sure if SimBrief actually does this, but you'll see, yeah, you'll see this here. Here on the flight plan, you'll see terrain clearance check. In this case, of course, terrain clearance check disabled because it's too complicated for SimBrief to really do. And what are they really going to do? It's not like they have approach charts, but what your airline will do is they will usually have a terrain clearance check, and they'll have one of three outputs possible from a terrain clearance check. Either check to no issues, which means that based on the weight that's flight planned and the route that's flight planned, you'll be able to descend if you have a engine failure issue especially, and the remaining engine will keep you above all the terrain without any issues. So if the terrain is, you know, if you're flying over the plains and there's nothing up there at all, but even if you're flying, you know, maybe over higher terrain, but you're at a lighter weight, so you can maintain 20 or 22,000 feet on a single engine, it'll say, you know, terrain checked and no clearance issues, or I can't remember exactly what it says, but that's your first option. Your second option is that there may be a weight limitation. So based on your flight today, as long as you keep it under a certain weight, you'll be able to maintain altitude that will get you over all the terrain along the route that is flight planned. If you have an increase of weight above that, so if you add a couple of people or passengers at the last minute or some extra fuel, you may not be able to maintain altitude above your above the terrain that's along your route. So you might need escape charts, and then you'll get some where there's no way. Regardless of the weight, you will not be able to sustain your aircraft above the local terrain. So what your airline will do is they will publish something called escape charts. So I'm going to pull up the escape charts here. If I can download these and bring them up in my PDF. All right, let me just see if I got the right chart here. No, one more, I think. Just find the right chart first. Nope, two more. All right, here we are. So here's what the escape chart would look like. So we're just coming up to Boise right here, but what you can see is it's got a whole bunch of routes mapped out here that take you through lower terrain. So it's got all these grids here, and it shows you the minimum altitude for all these grids. So 14,200, 14,400, 13,700, 12,600. And anywhere within these grids, it is possible that you're not going to be able to safely maintain altitude if you have to descend below this altitude. However, what you can do, what these escape charts basically do is these provide you the safest routes to fly. So if you have an engine failure or pressurization issue and you immediately turn towards this route, so let's say it happens, let's say we're flying over here, 15,600, it happens right here when we're somewhere near the 5 here. If we immediately turn towards the route here, it's going to take time. It's going to take time to descend. It's going to take time for us to get to firm. It's going to take time for us to descend. We have time before we reach 15,600. You know, we're at 33,000 today. We're not going to be at 15,000 in 2 minutes. If the engine fails, it's going to take us 20 to 30 minutes probably to drift down to 15,000. So we've got time to make this. Even in an emergency descent, what you'll do is you'll start a slow descent initially, and once you're established on this route, then you can start a descent. So these escape charts are actually based on engine failures and are designed to take you away from high terrain for an engine failure, so you can go down a little slower. And most of these aircraft are designed to accept this. So the idea being that, did we pass Boise yet? We just passed Boise. I should do a quick fuel check here just to make sure we're still on time. So Boise, we're supposed to be there at 15:11. And let's just have a quick look here at the prog page. We did pass to 15:11 with 20.9 still in the tank. So let's just compare that right there. So right on time. SimBrief strikes again. And 20.9, we are still a little higher than planned on the fuel, so we are still have plenty of fuel today. All right, yeah. So depending on the airline, you'll have two different types of charts. You may have different ones for depressurization than for engine failure. This one's actually technically the engine failure drift down chart. So the idea is a very slow descent, but as long as you immediately start to turn towards one of these lines from anywhere within this box, you'll be able to make it along this line and drift down to a safe altitude and be able to follow one of these routes to an airport somewhere. So if it was to happen, you know, as we're passing, I don't even see what this is called here, big. And as you can see, these are actually really lousy scans of these charts here. Big Piney, BPI, if that was to happen passing BPI and we were to have an engine failure, we're going to have to pick a place to go to. Airports are usually marked on here. Salt Lake City would be a possibility. It's right back here. So we follow these routes carefully along these airways till we get to Salt Lake City. The alternative, of course, is ATC has better, higher fidelity charts and knowledge of the vectoring altitudes and the safe altitudes in various areas. We might also be able to go down to Grand Junction here. We probably would not make it across over to Denver. We might be able to make it across to Denver if we kind of go this way and go around there. Anywhere where we don't even have a blue box, the terrain is not even high enough that we're worried about escape charts. So we could make it around to Denver if it happened here. But the key is that we can't go this way. We can't go straight across. We have to go around and follow these safe routes. So depending on your aircraft, you may want to program these in. So what we can do here, just for sake of argument today, so we're going from BOI to MLD. So let's just figure out where MLD is. Mallet City here, perfect. And what we can do is we can program in a couple of certain routes along here and show us where our engine failure routes are. So what we can do is we can do Twin Falls, TWF, and we can do the 161 radial inbounds. Let's do this. So the way we can do this in the 737 really easily to draw it on the screen for us is use the fixed page. TWF, and there's a number of different routes that radiate out of TWF. So we can do this. We can do the inverse of 161. The radial outbound would be 337. So we would fly the 337 radial in. So here's our 337 radial into TWF. Further along our route, 060 as well, also out of TWF. That's also a safe route. And then as we come down here to the next one here, and it's pretty safe in this. It's pretty safe in this area actually overall here. So we're kind of coming along here. We're straight from Boise to Mallet City here. So we could do Mallet City and do a couple from there. So MLD, or what we could even do, because MLD is already marked on our chart, I think the better thing actually would be to do something like, is that Corin? I can't read what this says here sometimes. Yeah, it looks like Corin, C-O-R-I-N. So we can use that fix, Corin 331. So we can draw 6 fixes on here. We can have a whole slew of escape routes pre-programmed in, ready to go here. And I've already forgot what I said there. Corin. So 331 and 084. So 331 outbound from Corin and 084 outbound from Corin are also 2 routes we could use. So there it is, from Pocatello down to Corin. And then as we start to get into the higher terrain up here, so this is our safe route here. So you can kind of see, we can see our route as we're flying it, but we can also see the nearby safe routes that we could potentially fly as we're going across. What's next on our flight plan after MLD? It's EKR. It's 240 miles, so I don't think it's going to appear on this chart here, even if we go all the way over here, because it's probably off in the plain somewhere. But you can see it's kind of a straight line from Boise down to MLD, so we're kind of going across here. I'm just going to look and see if EKR is here anywhere, but I don't see it. It's EKR. It's Pueblo. But certainly as we get into this area, we can definitely kind of keep drawing more and more things. So let's do Rock Springs next, and just draw one more thing as we go here, just to sort of give us, again, a sense of where can we go if we run into a problem. If we run into a pressurization or an engine failure at any point here, what are our safety routes? 246, 184, 116. 246, 184, and 116. Now this is not a perfect system by any means, and I'm definitely not putting in as much detail as I possibly could and should. I probably should have distance limits as well. So this is 246, but only for 65 miles until you get to the Fort Bridger VOR. So some of these have kind of limited applications, and I need to make sure that if this was real life, I would probably actually throw on the distance as well. So 246, I can throw on the distance at 65 miles. And it would show me, okay, so this line is only valid till it hits there. And then you can see it's where it also meets this line here. So you can kind of start to see, and you can see around you, be aware of where the potential diversions are as you move across the mountains here. So if the engine was to fail at any point in time now, we could fly towards this line, go down towards Twin Falls, and start making a plan to head off to Salt Lake City. And this is all contingent upon non-ATC environment as well. That's the other thing too. Like if you have ATC, ATC will provide you with lots of information. If you have an engine failure in the mountains when you're on talking to ATC, they will give you vectors. They will keep you at a safe altitude. They know the valleys. They know where the valleys are, where the high terrain is. They'll keep you away from the high terrain. They'll provide you vectors. They'll say which airport you want to go to. You'll get lots of assistance that way. These escape charts are really kind of a worst case scenario. If you lose an engine and you don't have any communication with ATC, these routes will take you to safety. It's probably a smart idea to know where they are. So what I've done here, marking them all in the charts, it's actually probably a pretty reasonable step, and I can see now exactly where to go very easily on my MFD. If the engine was to fail or were to have a pressurization issue in the next 5-10 minutes, well, the next half an hour easily, at least till I get to Rock Springs there at the far end of my screen there, I can see exactly where the escape routes are. Don't want to put too many on there because I don't want to make it so cluttered I can't see what's going on. But situation awareness along the way, always super important to know where we are, what our options are from wherever we are. I thought that'd be something neat to show you guys, some escape charts there. This airline's the first time I've ever had escape charts. Previous airlines were all kind of confined, not confined, but our route structures did not take us into the mountains, so it was not much of an issue. I never went west of Denver until I started working for the company now, and so never really had much need for escape charts before that. But yeah, there is some high terrain west of Denver. You want to know where your outs are, and it's not that the airplanes can't make it over. You have to be having a pretty bad day. Like honestly, like most cases, like the kind of drift down you get from an airliner too. I don't know if, I imagine it must be in the PMDG's performance stuff here. Let's see. I'm curious now. Let's see how long, if we were at 33,000 feet. Oh, we missed our step climb at Boise too. But I'm just going to do a quick little exercise here. So I'm going to find my PMDG manuals. Flight manuals. And where's performance? FCOM 1, I'm pretty sure, is performance. Or it might even be in the QRH even. It's a good chance of the QRH actually here. Let's see here. Okay, so QRH, 737 QRH, and oh right, there's no marks on the stupid thing. Ugh, God. Holding, maneuvers, performance, drift down. Yeah, that's it. That's what we're looking for. All right, so engine and op, drift down. So what are we at today? We took off at about 100. This is in kilograms. Do I have the imperial version somewhere? Performance in flight. Scroll way up here and see if I can find operational info. We don't need performance in flight. FAHR. Let's just see if this is in pressure, altitude, weight in kilograms. No, I want weight in pounds. Okay, so go to the other end. The other end will have the weight in pounds. No, too far. Trying to find the imperial units, just because I know what we were in, what our departure was in imperial units. No, I don't think they have it anywhere. Yeah, you suck. All right. So, anyways, we took off at what? I think I've forgotten here. Anyways, you can do it this way. So our present weight is 156,900 pounds. Divide that by 2.2. 156.9 divided by 2.2. So we're at approximately 71,000 kilos. 71,000 kilos. Okay. So let's pull up the manual here. Long range diversion. No, I want drift down, drift down. Drift down, speed, level off, altitude. Anyway, so we're at about 70,000 kilograms. Our level off altitude, optimum drift down speed 246. Our optimal level off altitude, depending on ISA, is around 22 to 20,000. So we would even get to that 15,000. We can clear these mountains pretty easily. Let's see here. Just to give you an idea as well. Drift down, long range cruise range capability. Drift down cruise fuel time, that's what I was looking for. So way to start a drift down, let's say 70,000, and fuel required, half ton, you're looking at potentially 17 minutes. Drift down and fly 100 miles. So you're not going to be down there right away. You're going to be, it could be a long time to get you down to your drift down altitudes. You're going to drift down pretty slowly, a few hundred feet per minute. And as the further down you go and the air gets thicker, it starts to get less and less. All right, what have we got here? Anti-ice. Aha, interesting. Right elevator pitot tube, anti-ice. All right, let's just check, make sure. Okay, aircraft still flying. FMC speed, LNAV, VNAV path. We got the autopilot on, maintaining speed, maintaining altitude. Perfect. Okay, so let's pull out the QRH and look at the right elevator pitot. Right elevator pitot heat. And do I have my QRH here, or is it? Did I put it back over there? Stand by. I'm just going to grab my POH because my QRH because something actually happened. Alright, I knew it was here somewhere. Hey, we actually had something fail. Alright, so I've got my trusty 737 QRH. And let's just go to the index. And let's go to, let's see if it has anything for pitot heat. Nope. Alright, so let's just look through here. General. I'm just going to look for anti-ice. There we are. Probe heat. Alright. So we had a probe heat failure of the left elevator pitot. condition, one or more probe heats are failed. Avoid icing conditions. Note, flight and icing conditions may result in erroneous flight instrument indications. End of checklist. And that is it. So we lost one pitot tube. Right now, I'd say we're safe. We are definitely not in icing conditions, and I don't think we're going to be in too many icing conditions out there anytime soon. But we do need to keep an eye on this now. So it's something that we do need to be aware of. We have lost one pitot tube, and we'll need to monitor the aircraft, the flight conditions. Right now, it's beautiful. It's a gorgeous day out here. It's clear skies as far as the eye can see, and DFW is expected to also be broken 15,000. There is some cloud over DFW, but it's not the end of the world. So I think we can continue. I don't think we need to divert immediately because of this failure. However, it does potentially cause an issue if we do get into somewhere where we might have strong icing conditions. Summer in Dallas, I don't think we're going to have too much of an issue as long as we don't run into any thunderstorms. So, as far as completing some additional checklists, notifying ATC, there is really no point. There is nothing they can do. This is not going to impact our flight path at all at this time. If it came to the point where we had to actually avoid icing, we could tell them, but I don't think it's even going to be much of an issue today. So we're not going to advise ATC. We're not going to advise the back end either because, again, same reason. It is not going to have a material impact on our flight today. We're just going to keep on flying. Unless it comes to the point where we actually had to divert somewhere, we might consider addressing the cabin crew. DFW is looking at little thunderstorms and rain. Yes, that's my biggest concern. That is possibly convective activity. Certainly during the descent along the Victory 2, we could end up with icing condition if we fly through convective clouds. So we will probably have to make sure we avoid convective clouds, which is probably a good idea, anyways. Generally uncomfortable ride no matter what. Yeah. And even if it's not in the TAF, it's Dallas. Every second day in the summer, there's thunderstorms in Dallas. You have to just assume they're going to be there to some degree. But in terms of notifying the back end, I don't see any reason to let the cabin crew know at this point. It's not going to have any material impact on our flight, at least at this juncture. Last but not least, company. So company, we can let them know we've had this failure, mostly because it's a maintenance issue, and they will have to do something about it when we get to DFW. So from here, the easiest thing would just be to send an ACARS message, pull up the ACARS. If you can, send something directly to maintenance or to dispatch and just say, hey, in-flight, right elevator pitot light illuminated, QRH completed, and we're continuing on to DFW. And if they really need you to stop somewhere because they didn't feel like you could make it, then dispatch could also provide some feedback in that sense, but I don't see that being much of an issue here. Alright, so you guys are up at 35, but you're behind me by a fair bit, so I'm going to go ahead and do this step climb that we missed out on because I was yakking away instead of doing what I'm supposed to do here. So let's go 35,000 and 1 VNAV speed. We'll get the full thrust going here and we'll climb up to 35,000. Not going to be a very big climb, nothing very exciting, but that's fine. We'll get there. Actually, we're not doing too bad. 500, 600 feet per minute. That's good. That's fine. You can kind of see, even as we're going here, I can still see where my escape routes are relative to the higher terrain, and you can kind of see that it works this way. This one goes up to Pocatello pretty much. Pocatello down to Corin. Corin over here to there's another VOR here, and then off towards I think Rock Springs OCS or whatever OCS was. But you can kind of see how these routes kind of keep you away from the higher terrain. So it's a fairly effective system, and you got to have a way of just showing it on the MFD for situational awareness, so you know where your high terrain is and you know how to avoid it. So we are going to come up with some higher terrain here. It shouldn't be an issue anyways. At this weight, today we would have most likely gotten the message that terrain check conducted to clearance without any issues. If the engine fails with a level off altitude of 20,000 feet, we're going to clear everything that was along our escape chart here. The highest things were in the 15s, 14, 15,000 here, east of Rock Springs. Even 16,000, but at 20,000 feet level off altitude, we would clear all these. So in case of an engine failure, we would have no problem going straight to Denver, in all honesty, if that was our choice. Where these also become useful, though, although they're not intended for pressurization issues, they can be useful to kind of guide you away from the highest terrain and get you a little bit lower, so that you can get to these other, so that you can get to these corridors of lower terrain and potentially, you know, keep the passengers safe. At the end of the day, the oxygen that's in the oxygen masks here for the crew will keep the crew going for like an hour or two. So if you have to level up before you reach 10,000 feet, if you go into emergency descent but you only get down to 16,000 feet and you got to level off 16,000 feet, the passengers may start to run out of oxygen, and they're not going to die right away, because at 16,000 feet you're going to have a breathable amount of oxygen. You won't get brain damage. You might pass out for a little bit of lack of oxygen, but you will get some oxygen there. But the flight crew, FMC speed, VNet path, the flight crew will have enough oxygen to do a couple of level offs and get out of the mountains altogether before we go down to 10,000 feet. Alright, so as we proceed a little farther east here, we're just going to have one more quick look at this. So we are passing just a little bit south of Rock Springs. EKR is on here. There it is. I found EKR, so there's a bunch of escape routes near EKR. We really are going over almost the highest terrain here. I didn't realize we were actually going this far south, but yeah, we're going over almost the highest terrain here, so it might be prudent to put a few more escape routes on here. I'm going to probably plan them off the rifle VOR, because we're going right over where Aspen is some of the highest terrain in continental North America. Alright, so rifle RAL, and so let's get that in there. So let's look down. Yeah. Alright, so I guess we have to do this here so we can see what we're doing here. So let's go. Fix number 4 can be rifle. And outbound from rifle, 334, 69, 87. .334, 69. I think I put 069, 069, and 087. There we go. Alright, 069, 087. This one's these are for 38, 39 miles, so I'll just do one of them at 38 miles. Gives you kind of an idea. So there's rifle. You can see it there on the chart now, just kind of hiding behind the overlay there, but it's right there at the top. So you can see rifle there. So from EKR to rifle is an escape route, and then we've got a couple east here. Snow. Now let's see here. We're doing about a 110 out of rifle here, so probably about here. So. We probably would do good to also have Blue Mesa on there as the next one. So Blue Mesa, which is HBU, and the 050 out of that for 49 miles. So again, HBU 050 for 49 miles. HBU 050 for 49 miles. HBU 050 for 49 miles. And it's not even going to show up on the chart yet, but that's kind of the direction we're heading. So we're heading from Eaker, even that might be a little bit too far, but anyways. And then probably the next one we'll do after that might be this one here to Pueblo. Roddy to Pueblo, 87 and 45. So Pueblo, 267 and 45. Pueblo, 267 and 45. Pueblo, 267 and 45. The other nice thing about this kind of work is it just keeps you busy as well while you're flying, so that you're not losing situational awareness. One of the worst things you can have on these long flights is you're just sitting here forever and nothing is going on, and you're trying to sort of maintain some semblance of what's going on, and it's hard to do because there's just very little happening, especially because there's no ATC to talk to. Like sometimes it's nice to be on the radio and you're listening to other people talking and sort of keeping up with what other people are doing. It's super quiet. It's not so bad during the daytime, but especially when you're flying red eyes back at night and there's very little happening because everyone's just sort of cruising along at constant altitude and getting handed off from frequency to frequency, and the sectors are all getting consolidated because there's so little traffic. So you'll fly for 45 minutes before your next handoff. It's very easy to just stop paying attention to what's going on. So doing this kind of activity where you're setting up escape routes and monitoring escape routes, it keeps your brain engaged. It keeps you kind of aware of what's happening around the aircraft up ahead. So, yeah, not just useful from a safety perspective, but also useful from like a keeping the brain occupied perspective. All right, so I'm going to do one more thing here, and that is I am going to turn the failures back on for another failure, because that one failure was not terribly exciting in and of itself. So we're going to up the limit to 2 events and see if something else happens, and maybe it's a little more exciting than a failure of a pitot tube. That was not the most exciting failure in the world, I know. But that's the kind of failure you get all the time, and just nothing much comes of it. Oh, we lost something minor. I haven't actually had anything really crazy happen for a couple of days now, but you know, the other day we thought we had a bird strike, and just on rotation, it was darn close. Saw a couple of birds just over at the edge of the runway, and then just as we're rotating, right over our heads, like to the point where like I think I ducked. I think I flinched because it was so close to going right over our heads. So it was not a big bird by any means. It's just a small bird, but yeah, that created a whole flurry of maintenance messages quickly. Hey, we think we may have hit a bird, so we'll ask maintenance to be standing by, do a quick inspection of the aircraft. Chances are it was a pretty small bird. It was a sparrow or something. It probably, even if it had hit something, it probably would not have done any damage. But it's important to sort of be prudent, be better safe than sorry in these kind of things. So you call up your maintenance department, you let them know what happened, and take it from there. I don't know. There were no remains found. Just because no remains were found at the airport doesn't necessarily mean that there was nothing, that there wasn't actually a bird strike. It could have easily glanced off, fallen in the grass, and never be found again. You know, or it could have been stunned and limped away. So just because they didn't find anything, sometimes they find stuff, it's pretty definite. Okay, yeah, you definitely hit something. Okay, great. And you sort of have that definite. But for us, it was sort of a, you know, we didn't find anything, but if it didn't hit us, it was darn close. And so, you know, we kind of got a whole cavalcade of messages. You know, any problems with the engines? Nope, engines worked just fine. I don't think it went through the engines. For us, it went over our head. So I was worried about it hitting the fuselage above the window, or potentially the tail behind us there. And there was a couple more birds kind of down low. I don't think that we impacted them either. But yeah, you just want to just inform maintenance, let them know, let them come and have a look at the airplane. If they find something, great, they'll have to mark it down. If not, no big deal. Most of the time, bird strikes are pretty much a non-event, unless it's a pretty big bird that causes a lot of damage and goes through the engine. Most bird strikes are usually non-events, and even if they leave a dent, most of the time they'll come, they'll measure up the dent, they'll say, yeah, that is, there is a small dent there, it's within the limitations published by the manufacturer, put a sticker on it, and that's it. You know, log it, and that'll be the end of it. File closed. But every once in a while you get something, especially you get something through the engine, then things start to get a little more interesting. Or you can do a pretty good number. There was an aircraft a while back, a previous company that they hit a pretty substantial bird, might have been a goose or something, on final approach, and put a substantial dent into the engine intake lip. So you know, the heated engine intake lip there, it's all kind of a metal frame, and it's hollow on the inside so that the hot air can pass inside it. So you get a bird that hits it square on, you can put a pretty substantial dent into it pretty easily if you're hitting it at a high speed, which was the case at the time. So they actually end up having to replace the entire inlet lip. It ended up being a really hilarious story because I was at home on reserve at this time, and they called, Bruce Kitchen called up and said, yeah, we had an aircraft hit a bird. We're going to need somebody to ferry it home. So you know, we're kind of giving you a heads up. We don't know exactly what we're doing, but just give you a heads up. You'll probably have to go down to Newark and ferry this airplane back. I'm like, okay, sure, fine, whatever. And then no phone calls happened for like another hour and a half. Like I kind of putz around my house. I have some lunch. I throw some stuff in my bag just to be ready to go. And then like an hour and a half later, I get like an email that says like I have a ticket booked on a deadhead flight, and the flight leaves in like an hour and a half. And I'm like, I'm required to have 2 hours of notice to report to the airport, and you never told me to actually come to the airport yet. So I kind of got in my car, started driving, and they started phoning me, and they phoned me like every 10 minutes, like, hey, where are you now? Hey, you're gonna miss your deadhead. every like 10 minutes. Like, I'm on the highway. You guys didn't even tell me yet, technically. So I technically don't even have to be there for 2 hours from this phone call. You know, and I'm not that kind of guy, but like, don't expect me to do stuff if you don't tell me about it. Like, honestly, like, just you gotta communicate. And they're getting all in a huff, and they call me like every like 10 minutes thereafter. Where are you now? I'm on the highway. Where are you now? I'm in the parking lot. Where are you now? I'm on the train. Where are you now? I'm in the customs hall. And, you know, I get down there, and even the gate agent's like, you're almost missed your deadhead flight. I'm like, I technically, legally don't have to be here for like another 45 minutes. So if the flight leaves without me, that's not my problem. Anyways, the hilarious part of the whole story, though, was that after all these phone calls and all this effort to get me on this one flight, and flights leave for Newark like 10 times a day. Like, this is not the last flight. There were like 4 more flights later today. There are tons of flights. I get to Newark, call them up, and they're like, "Oh yeah, they haven't even gotten the part yet, so the plane's not fixed. Go to a hotel." And I'm like, "Really?" So you get to call me like every 10 minutes on the drive in to get me here so super quick, and maintenance hasn't even started working on the airplane yet. They haven't even got the part yet. And it turns out that I did not ferry the airplane until 6 p.m. the following day. So 26 hours after I arrived, I finally ferried the aircraft. And I'm just like, why were you guys in such a rush to get me there? Like, oh my god, like, it was just... It's one of those things, it's like nobody's talking to anybody else. You know, like, maintenance has got a plan, and they're like, yeah, we're going to get a part there, we're going to get a mechanic there, we're going to get it fixed in the next 12 to 24 hours. Meanwhile, cruise gets like, I got to have a pilot there in 10 minutes to ferry that airplane home that's not going to be fixed for 24 hours. It's like, well, I just find it hilarious that they called me so many times. You know, if I'd missed that flight, they could have put me on the next flight, and I still would have made it with 24 hours to spare. Like, honest to God. It was just one of those days. You know, I realize people got jobs to do and things like that, but I thought it was so hilarious. They could not get me on this flight fast enough. And it turns out that it was 26 hours early. Wasn't the only time that something like that happened, where they put me on a flight and they couldn't get me on that flight fast enough, only to find out that when I get there, maintenance hasn't even started working on the airplane. Oh yeah, just hang out. You know, we have, like, based on our duty day, we have to be airborne in like less than 4 hours, or we're going to run out of duty date. We're not going to make it home before the end. Well. Honestly, you guys have got to think about these things. You know, we have a set duty day, and the clock starts ticking. You call us, tell us to come to work, the clock starts ticking. And we've got to get it done within a reasonable amount of time. And these times are not unreasonable amount of time either. Like, the shortest duty day that a pilot can be expected to do in Canada is 9 hours. And that's if you show up for work between 4 and 5 in the morning, I think. Because then you probably woke up at 2. But like, the longest duty day you can do in Canada as a pilot is 12 hours. And that, unless you have an augmented flight crew, like, it's a long day. 12 hours is a long day. Imagine working like a standard 8-hour work day and then working 4 more hours. 12 hours is a very long day to be at work at. And especially if things are going wrong. I was just flying with a captain just the other day, and we flew together previously back in January, and we had just like one of the worst days. And we kept our spirits up, and it's just like, but it's just one of those days where you just keep on going, We're gonna get there eventually, but boy, it just took forever. We did 3 flights back and forth to Montreal, and it took us over 12 hours to do it. And 3 flights back and forth to Montreal, and like these flights were scheduled back to back. Like, we should have been done in about 6 hours, and instead it took us about 12 hours to do it. The first turn alone took 8 hours to do it. It was winter, it was snowing, there were maintenance issues, everything was going wrong. And it took us 12 hours to do 3 flights. And we just did a Montreal turn now in 5 hours. Just the other day, it's like, oh my god, like, this is so much nicer than back in the winter. 12 hours of like constantly working. And like, the only time we weren't constantly working was when we were walking from the second flight to the third flight. We'd gone to Montreal, we'd come back. It had been 8 hours just to go to Montreal and come back. We had not had food or drink for 8 hours. And I looked at the captain like, I have to go and get some coffee and something to eat. And he's like, oh yeah, we're not going to the other airplane until we get something to eat and drink, because we've been going for 8 hours. We've been given nothing in terms of food and drink. We've been going since 6 in the morning. It's now 2 in the afternoon. No food, no drink. We're going to get coffee and coffee and something. I think I had coffee and a bagel or whatever. Nothing huge, but just like something to eat. And we get to the other airplane, and find out that, oh, they already boarded it. Everybody in the airplane waiting for us. Like, you gotta eat. You can't not eat. You can't not eat. You can't not drink all day long for 12 hours. It's not going to happen. So the airplane was fully boarded, and then the gate agents are following us down. They're like, okay, you guys will be ready to go in like 5-10 minutes, right? I'm like, and I didn't say anything, but the captain's like, no, we're going to need about 30 to 35 minutes. That's standard prep time. We haven't even loaded a flight plan yet. We literally got coffee and walked over here from the last airplane. So we haven't even looked at the flight plan yet. It's winter, so it's going to be snowing, so we're going to have to look at it closely. It was just, it was such a long day. It was exhausting. I collapsed into bed that night, and I was done. I was so done when we got to the hotel, just ready to collapse. And sometimes you have days like that. Some days are easier, for sure, absolutely, but imagine that for a 12-hour day. Like, just constant workload, constant drain of just things, just everything going wrong, having to think about, plan, replan, plan again. It's so much. It can be so much work. 12 hours is a long bloody day. So when that clock starts ticking, like it starts ticking. Like, I don't get a nap halfway through the day if things aren't going well most of the time. Most of the time it's go, go, go. Sometimes you might get a little break in the middle of the day. You might get 2 hours between a flight. You might be able to catch a quick little cat nap. But most of the time it's a 12-hour day, and it's just go. And that 12-hour day is from the time you report to work. Your day probably started from, in most cases, started somewhere between an hour and a half and 2 hours before that. Maybe even longer, depending on where you live. But at least an hour to an hour and a half before that, you probably woke up, had a shower, got dressed, ate something, got to the airport, however you get there, whether it's driving or shuttle from the hotel or whatever. Yeah, so that 12-hour day, you're probably awake at least an hour and a half before that 12-hour day starts. So, yeah, you're awake for 14 hours. You're still working hard. Like, they're long days. They quickly become very long days. And there, I'm out of coffee now. I'm going to go and refresh that at some point here. All right, how are we doing here? We're at 2 hours to go now, I think, until we land here. 17:43 as we go. It's getting a little longer here. I think the new altitude kind of did that as well. Does this reset itself here, or do I need to tell it what we're looking at here? It did reset itself to 350. It does know what we're doing. Perfect. 33 actually probably would have been faster. Once you start getting higher, you go a little bit slower at the higher altitudes. Oh, what else can we talk about here as we're going here? So there's our escape routes off there, down to Eager. I'm just trying to think here what other topics that I have for conversation. Oh yeah, the Navigraph update was a great one as well. So Navigraph did some great updates with this latest iteration. So last week the AirAct cycle cycled, and as always, Navigraph issued some updates. They issued some fantastic updates. So what they've done now is they have integrated a number of things. So first of all, SimBrief. If I can find my SimBrief here. So SimBrief here has direct access. For those of you who are Navigraph subscribers, now has direct access to all the charts. I made the suggestion. I said you should have a click to go directly. I don't know if I was the only person who made the suggestion, but I made the suggestion that right here on the planning page you should have just direct access to the chart. So you can just click your departure airport, your arrival airport, boom, immediately load up your Navigraph charts at that arrival airport. So super nifty. I like that idea. But also you can now, on your map here, you can overlay your Navigraph charts instead of the default SimBrief backgrounds. You can have your Navigraph high charts, your Navigraph low charts, their VFR charts as well, world charts, whatever you want. Where are we? We're somewhere, we're approaching EKR, so we're somewhere over here. But you can have all these charts overlaid on your SimBrief, so you can see all the airways, airspace, different things. I thought that was a really neat feature, just a neat little addition, not a absolute die without it kind of must-have, but just another really neat feature. But they're always kind of improving. But what they also did this last cycle that I thought was really fantastic, I'm going to try and find it here for you, is they integrated, there's a light, fuel, low pressure, center tank is empty, left center pump is off, and the other one will go off in a second here. What they did in the last iteration, if I can find it here. I was looking at it last night. I was playing with it last night. But what they did is this. Navigraph charts now on your default aircraft in MSFS. So this is the citation longitude. This is the C700 citation longitude in MSFS, and they now have Navigraph charts available on the MFD. Not only do they have the Navigraph, but they also have SimBrief integration now into the G3000, the G1000 system that Working Title has worked on with Asobo here. So they have, you can now import your flight plan directly into your Garmin Avionics here. So as long as you plan it in SimBrief, there's a SimBrief button. This is not interactive, obviously, it's just a picture. There's a SimBrief button, you click on it, say it shows you your last couple of flight plans, you say load it, import it, boom, your whole flight plan. I did program this flight plan. This flight plan was imported directly from SimBrief, so the whole flight plan was on there. The charts are on there, and it's even got the movie map icon. You can just see the plane down here. This is just after I departed from Prince George here, but you can see it even has the own ship position on these charts on the MFD. Like, oh, fantastic, wonderful. You don't even have to have a tablet open anymore if you don't want to, and I kind of like it. Like to have the tablet open, but it's kind of nice to have it right here in front of you. You can look through all this stuff. Brilliant. I had one more screenshot I think I took of this. There it is, a little later in the day. Again, the citation C700, just flying the approach. So we're just turning base to final here on the approach. You can see we've got the course deflection here. It's just kind of coming around here, and you can see on here, it's got it on the chart. Flying it live. Fantastic. Just another great innovation for Navigraph. Who was I talking to yesterday? Kyle, I think it was you I was talking to about it yesterday. That I find like Navigraph is very worth it if you're flying, especially if you're flying anything that's not a default Microsoft Flight Simulator aircraft where you want to get some up-to-date databases. But even without the nav data, just having these charts available to you, and in so many places too. That's the other nice thing about it. You name it, your device. You know, I've got my company tablet, I've got my personal phone, I can have it on my computer, I can have it in my aircraft. There's the other fuel pump. Center tank pumps off. You can have it on any of these devices. The integration is tight. Like, that's the thing. Like Navigraph, I look at Navigraph a bit like Disney. Like, they charge a fair amount for their product, but you get so much goodness with their product. You get fantastic cross-platform integration of their product. You get constant innovations and updates. They're constantly coming up with newer and better ways to do things. It's just a fantastic company. They do a very good job. And it's not cheap. It's not cheap by any means. I think it's like about $100 a year now. Maybe even more. Maybe it's 99 euros a year. I forget exactly what it is now, but it did go up this year. It did go up in price, but I will say that they do give you good value for your dollar. Integration with SimBrief, integration with pretty much most of the aircraft that have an EFB, PMDG. You could do Navigraph integration with the EFBs. On the aircraft itself, the nav data updates, the in-game panel, even you can have it in your game here, which is kind of great when you're just trying to type away on your FMS and you don't want the Microsoft window to overlay your PDF. Like if I try to bring over an outside browser window, every time I click in here, it disappears behind Microsoft Flight Simulator. So having it in the game, and having the own ship tracking as well, so you can see exactly where you are, relative to your flight plan at all times, on all of your devices. Like, it's all linked together. It's just incredibly well done. It's a very well thought up system, very easy to look up random stuff, pin charts that are relevant to your current flight. Just everything about it is very well thought out. Fantastic value for the money. We're not all rich in this world, and I know people are often living on fixed budgets, but it's probably one of the better investments I think you can make in the flight sim genre is a Navigraph subscription. I think it's definitely worth the money, and they don't stop innovating. Every couple of cycles, there's some new great innovations out there. I don't know what else they've got coming up next. They usually don't talk too much about what they've got kind of coming up, but they nevertheless they provide a lot of good innovations out there for us. €14 a month. I don't remember exactly what it is. It's, you know, I have the annual subscription, and it just comes out of my account once a month or once a year, and you know, I look at it once and say, that's kind of a lot, but it's totally worth it. It is totally worth it. Just gonna go to the Navigraph page and see. Yeah, Navigraph Unlimited. It's €9 per month or €81 per year. So yeah, it's about $100 a year. So yeah, that's not. It's not a terrible price. It's not terrible, and I'm pretty sure you save quite a bit by using the. Oh yeah, you would save quite a bit. The yearly subscription, you're saving more than 10%. The annual price, you're paying about 100. You're paying about €110 a year if you're paying monthly. So if you can afford it at all, if you can afford that upfront cost, switch to the yearly subscription. Totally worth it. You're saving like 15-20% for the yearly subscription. No, I keep looking over at my coffee wistfully and it's empty. Dang it. Too bad. What are you gonna do? Speaking of other things that are really good value, I don't know if I want to talk about this because I don't know if I want anybody else to know about this, but yeah, I will talk about it because there was something else I saw here. Just yesterday I saw this, and it's really kind of piqued my interest. So there is a new product coming out, a new hardware product coming out called Mini-FCU here. I just read about this yesterday. It's going to launch on Kickstarter in 7 days, as you can see here at the top of the screen here, and it is a mini Airbus style flight control unit, guidance panel here. It is, so it's like a fully authentic. It's shrunk down a little bit. It's not quite 100% scale. It's shrunk down by like about 15% over what the real size would be, but all the functionality is there, like fully functional LED or LCD screen. All the knobs apparently work, full push, pull, rotation. It's supposed to interface with all the major aircraft out there. The only 320 they haven't got it out there working with yet is the Phoenix 320. They've reached out to the Phoenix team and hopefully we'll get it working. They haven't actually got it out there, but they're going to start their Kickstarter in 7 days. What blows my mind is this right here. $99 if you are one of the first 1,000 people in the first 24 hours to buy it. That blows me away. $99 for this, that seems like a very reasonable price. And by very reasonable, I mean that is a great deal. I am serious to think about this, and I'm not usually a big hardware buyer, and I usually take a long time to sort of make decisions about things I want to buy, but this seems like it could be very worthwhile as someone who is enjoying the Airbus a lot and wants to kind of increase the level of immersion of the Airbus. This seems like it could be right up my alley. That $99 does not include shipping, and apparently the group that's creating this, they're at least partly based in Hong Kong, so I worry that shipping is going to be expensive. It's the only thing that's kind of got me right now, and I really kind of want to talk to them and see what the shipping is going to cost to get it to my house, because this is something I would be all over, and for $99, it seems almost too good to be true. That is a ridiculous ridiculous deal. I would love to have that up here. I'll have to stack that on top of my Honeycomb and my Honeycomb Bravo. If I purchase for $9, I could sell it for more later. You know, you're 100% right. I could purchase it for $99 and sell it for more if I $100 versus $250 as the suggested regular price. I think. I wonder what the shipping would be. That's really the thing that's hanging over my head, and I kind of want to contact them. I just saw this yesterday, so I kind of have been thinking about this. I kind of want to contact them and see what, even just ballpark what shipping will be. Give me an idea, because if shipping's going to be another $100, okay, now it's starting to really get up there. If you're talking about something coming from Asia and it's going to cost $100 to ship, okay, maybe not so much. But yeah, it very much depends. I'm not 100%. It's not that I'm not 100% sold on it. It's that I have to watch my pennies. Yes, I absolutely do. I have a full setup. I have rudder pedals. I have a yoke and the Honeycomb Bravo. I would love to have an FCU. I think that'd be fun. The Airbus style, just because of what I'm doing at work, would be great. Fantastic. I would just love to be able to think like that. Push, pull, heading 320 pull. You know. Altitude 5,000 push. just be and to have the realistic digits as well as the push-pull function, not to be able to. And the thing I hate sometimes is just the mouse, the constant mousing everything. It drives me nuts. I would love to have a guidance panel and not have to use my mouse for everything. I love having the honeycomb with the kind of the miniature all-purpose guidance panel on it. It's nice, but you know, as an Airbus user, having a dedicated Airbus FCU with proper push-pull knob would be fantastic. Yeah, it's going to be hard for me to not do that. Honestly, I have to sort of see and decide if I can afford that and if it's worth it to me. It's going to come down to how much shipping it's cost, I think. I'm trying to convince myself not to do it, yet at the same time I'm trying to convince myself to do it. I don't know. But regardless, like it's a cute little thing. Apparently, it's going to be a series. They're going to have a full guidance panel you can kind of put up for your Airbus. So yeah, like this is their panel, and they put it right above the real thing here. Somebody took it to work and put it above the real thing here. It's a little bit shrunk down from the real thing, like about 15% shrunk down from the real thing, but it's pretty close. And functionally, it looks almost identical. Yeah, it's supposed to be the full push-pull, tactile, proper number of clicks and everything, backlit and everything. The expedite button could be swapped out for either an LS or an FD button, depending on how you prefer to operate, so it's customizable. Look at this guy sitting in the airplane with his Mini-FCU. And that looks a lot like my laptop, in all honesty. The red keys there, it looks like an MSI laptop. That looks a lot like my laptop. The only one it doesn't yet support it supports the fly-by-wire. The X-Plane one's the towless, and the flight factor. The only thing it doesn't support right off the bat is the Phoenix, but they have reached out to them. It said it somewhere here. I think it said it in their blog or something. And then the other idea is that it's going to be part of like a three-piece set. So you're going to be able to get your EFIS over here as well as a separate component, and then you'll have all your ECAM screens as well here. So all of your ECAM buttons you can press there. This is a bit weird because the ECAM is not anywhere close to that in the real deal. Obviously, the ECAM in the real deal is down here on the pedestal. So that's a little bit weird. This is kind of fairly realistic. I'm not sure what these buttons up here are here. Those are all the constraint and everything. Yeah, it's probably a constraint airport. Yeah, it is probably buttons there, and you got the altimeter and everything. But yeah, this is a little bit odd. But I mean, it just to sort of complete it and look like a proper glare shield. As simmers, we sometimes have to do some odd compromises. We do. So yeah. Anywho, have to make sure I have a Kickstarter account. I'm pretty sure I do from something I did before. I can't remember what, but something I did before I had a Kickstarter account. Alright, still coming over these Rockies. These Rockies just keep on going forever, don't they? We've been airborne for how long now? 2 hours? It's still going here. What time are we landing at again? 17:43, I think it said. Yeah, I'm going to have to probably take a lunch break at some time in the next hour or so here. We're going to cross the rest of these mountains here, and then we'll start looking at taking a lunch break. We'll start clearing out some of these fixes from behind us as well, just to delete this one. Just to sort of start to eliminate a little bit of clutter on my screen here. So here's rifle, here's EK, here's rifle. So we got these ones inbound here, we got this one inbound here, and then I think we can probably put up just one more for the other side. Do you know how and when they deliver it? Apparently delivery is, I think they had a blog post on their website. I believe delivery is not slated until like November. So it's a Kickstarter. They haven't actually produced them. I think they produced a prototype and that's it. Or maybe it was in their press release or something, but I believe I read November. It would be delivery date November. I don't know what the delivery method is. They didn't talk too much about the shipping method. Because from what I remember reading in the press release, they at least one of the developers is based in Hong Kong. So I couldn't tell if it was all the whole company is based in Hong Kong or not, and if they're shipping from Hong Kong, or are they potentially shipping directly from a factory in China. It sounds cool. I want it. I want it. whether or not I can justify spending the money on it right now, like the way it is, not necessarily. That being said, things did go well last week. Let's talk about that in a minute. Let's pull up this escape chart again here and just see here. So on the other side from Blue Mesa, let's do, did I do Pueblo? I think I did do Pueblo, didn't I? I did do Pueblo inbound, so I can't see it yet. But somewhere just past Blue Mesa, somewhere around here, there is an inbound Pueblo, so I think we're good edge there. Let's see here, things to talk about. So, yeah, big news in Canada last week. WestJet, just like we did on departure just the other day, WestJet narrowly avoided a strike. Haha, funny. Yeah, right down to not quite the 11th hour, but very close. I think it was about 10 o'clock the night before, so they were supposed to go on strike at 5 a.m. Eastern time, I believe. I think 9 o'clock Zulu they were going to go on strike, and I think it was about 10 p.m. the night before that they announced that they had reached a tentative agreement with their pilots. So WestJet pilots did manage to avoid a strike last week, which is just good news for everyone because nobody benefits from a strike. Not the people on strike, not the company, everyone loses when you go on strike, 100%. That being said, I think sometimes it is necessary to remind a company of how much their employees are truly worth, because especially in this day and age, and there's a real renaissance of unions happening in modern Western society because capitalism is just so completely out of control, and you look at what the executive suite makes relative to the people, and sometimes the executive suite will represent like such a large chunk of the wages for the entire company. The people in the executive suites are making incomes that are now 50 to 100 times what the line employees are making, sometimes more than that. Whereas, a generation or two ago, they were making 10 times as much. They were making people working the line were making 5-figure salaries. The people in the executive suites are making 6-figure salaries. Now the people in the working the line are still half of them are still making 5-figure salaries, but the people in the executive suite are making 7 to 8-figure salaries. Like the discrepancy is so huge. So there's a big renaissance in unions happening right now because the fact that so many employees are being undervalued. Employees are being treated as a liability. People are being treated like robots, and just you can just work endlessly. We expect you to come in and work. Pardon me. Expect you to come in and work 8 hours a day. You will have exactly 25 minutes and 30 seconds for lunch, and that includes your walk to and from the break room. Twice a day, you will get a 3-minute and 20-second pee break. So don't plan on washing your hands when you're done. Like it just. So many companies have gone down this road now in pursuit of just like maximum shareholder returns at all costs. That it's no wonder that there's a big renaissance in unions, and aviation is absolutely going insane with this right now. 2 weeks ago, the Air Canada Pilots Association, I guess 3 weeks ago, the Air Canada Pilots Association voted to merge with the Airline Pilots Association, and 1 week ago it was ratified by the Airline Pilots Association. So the 4,500 members of ACPA will now join the existing members of ALPA to make the union about 76,000 pilots. Over 90% of the pilots in the U.S. and Canada are represented by one union now, the Airline Pilots Association. And there's a lot of strength in that number. Basically, the Airline Pilots Association has become the de facto professional organization for pilots in North America. And it's a good thing to have sort of everybody working together. There's so many issues, not just work and job protections and salaries and things like that, but it also comes down to safety as well. ALPA is usually the one non-governmental organization that gets a seat at the table of almost every major accident investigation because they represent the pilots and because they represent basically all the pilots, and they have such a long history of concern with safety. They're very concerned with safety. This is our lives, at the end of the day, like for pilots, this is our lives. So we're very concerned with safety. We want the operation to be safe. We don't want anything unsafe to happen. So very often at a lot of airlines, the safety investigations are handled directly by the unions now, because that's where the expertise lies, is with the pilots themselves. You can see on the terrain here, we got some 14.4 coming up here. We're just coming over some of the highest terrain in North America now, straight over it here, just west of Denver. Keep those escape charts in mind. But yeah, so and a lot of these expansions are happening because pilots have been ever since the start of deregulation have been on a slow but steady downward trend in terms of pay, in terms of working conditions. So not only has the pay gotten worse, but the working conditions have gotten worse. Pilots are expected to work more, take home the same pay they took home, 5-10 years ago in a lot of cases, in some cases less. There's a breaking point. And the trouble with the pilot career as well too is that everybody's got an expiry date on their pilot career. There's a mandatory retirement age for pilots, so we can't choose to work past a certain date. We have to retire at a certain date. We have to have enough money in the bank by said date to make it through our forced retirement. We don't have a choice. We can't come back and moonlight as a pilot again afterwards. And there are ways to do it, but at the end of the day, there is a set retirement date for every pilot based on their age. So it's pilots want to make sure that they are taken care of in their retirement. They don't want to be eating dog food out of a can, in a box down by the river for the retirement because they weren't able to collect enough money. And everyone says, oh, pilots are so well paid. And it's like some pilots are very well paid, 100%, but not all of them. Is that Telluride down there? Telluride? No, I think that's Aspen, isn't it? Or is it? I don't know. Hold on, let's pull up airplanes here. Does this show up here? It does. There's so much clutter on here, I can't see what it says here. No, I think that's Eagle. That's Eagle, Colorado, I think. What did I talk about? Have I seen the serial called Airplane Repo? I saw parts of an episode once. It was an interesting show. Not something I could do. I'd sort of sneaking around and trying to do stuff. I'd feel too bad about it. Questionable legality the way things are handled sometimes. I don't think I can do it. Let's see here. But what was I saying? Yeah, so you've seen now it's come to a head with the airline industry. This has been 30 to 40 years in the making, at least 20 years in the making, if not 30 to 40 years in the making, where all these airlines, all these pilot groups are voting with strike mandates. Just last week, FedEx put out a strike mandate. FedEx's union put out a strike mandate, and they're passing with resounding numbers, 90+%. It's not like a few people are disgruntled, a few people are unhappy. Most of the people feel like the piloting career has become very undervalued, and part of the reason is because airplanes are very safe, but also people that operate them, the procedures we follow are very safe. We've learned from our mistakes in the past. We've made mistakes in the past. We 100% have, and we've learned from them. And aviation is now very safe. Is now so safe that most people don't even think about it anymore because major accidents are so infrequent. We've done a very good job, but so it's it becomes one of those cases where, well, if I don't see any problems, then I guess you guys probably don't need to get paid as much because obviously the industry is so safe. But why do you think it's so safe? It's because pilots have committed so highly to making sure that it's a very safe business. You don't want when the engine catches fire one day, are you going to want the cheapest pilot they had available to fly that airplane? Or are you want the person who has the most experience, the best? The best qualified candidate to do the job. So a lot of airlines are getting into it. WestJet just dodged that bullet. It was crazy to think about this. That was on tap to be the first strike ever at WestJet, a company that's 20-something years old, never had a 25 years. I don't know exactly how old WestJet is now. It's about 25 years, I believe. Never had a strike. They never even had unions for the longest time, because it was a very touchy-feely place to work. Everyone loved being there. The employees were all owners. We're all owners, so we love the company. We want the company to succeed. We work hard to make sure the company succeeds, and it showed. The way they treated their customers, and the general happiness level of the employees. It has turned around 180 degrees since those days. You ask most of the people that work at WestJet now, and they also don't even recognize the company anymore. they work at. It's just ever since it got privatized, bought by Avionics, it's just gone to it just turned into a place that the bottom dollar is all that matters, and the employees are completely disposable. All right, we're just passing Aspen on the right side there, I guess. There it is. That's the Aspen Airport right there. If you've ever been to Aspen, I've done a couple of approaches in there in the sim, and it's just insane. It's a one-way kind of in, one-way out. The missed approach point for this approach is like back here somewhere, like 4 or 5 miles from the runway, because the runway ends and there's like a big mountain. The valley starts to climb pretty steeply after the airport, so you got to make up your mind and commit to landing pretty shortly after turning final here. All the approaches kind of up this valley, you land this way, and you depart this way, or if you depart, you have to make an immediate turn to get back and turn this way. Like this terrain gets really high. There's 15,000 foot mountains on the other side. Beautiful airport. Love to go in there. Tons of fun. It's very challenging, but yeah, it takes some pretty highly skilled pilots. Just over the edge of the mountain over here somewhere in the east, sort of coming off the edge of the Rockies here now. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what happens as if the WestJet pilots approve this TA. I have to say that, like, for the pilots were committed to going on strike. They were picketing for weeks, and they were fully committed to this strike. They were ready. Signs were being made. Plans were being drawn up. Everybody was ready to go on strike, and then they didn't. Then they came up with an agreement. So I have to say that something the company put out there really sweetened the pot, because with a strike mandate like that, with a strike mandate, well into the 90s, there's no point in the union the union's negotiating team accepting anything that isn't a big gain, because if they turn around and send it to the membership turns it down, we're right back where we were again. Possible strike action, and nobody's any happier. So I have to say that something came down that really sweetened the pot for them to have finally reached an agreement and said, yeah, we think we can sell this. The negotiating teams basically said, we think we can sell this to the members. We think that they will take this, or we think there's a reasonable chance that they will take it anyways. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll still vote no on it. But yeah. Right now, details are pretty scarce. It's kind of hard to find too many details. There's rumors, but there's, at the end of the day, the decision is up to the members of the union, the WestJet pilots, to read it, to understand it, and to vote on it and decide if they want it or not. And until it gets passed, it really is kind of still pretty secret, top secret. The one rumor I did see is that swoop is going to be eliminated as part of the deal, which would be a good thing, because it basically, swoop was the creation of a second class of pilots within the same company, which is kind of a pretty gray area. Like it's hard to see how they can legally do that when they have a bargaining unit and say, yeah, we're just gonna, you guys are part of this bargaining unit. We have a contract with you, but we're just gonna hire some more people to do the exact same job over here, not part of your bargaining unit, not getting the same paycheck that has already been. That we've already signed on to. It's like, sometimes I wonder, like, how these companies even manage to get away with these things for as long as they do, because the swoop pilots were being paid less than the mainline WestJet pilots. The whole idea to create a low-cost carrier to compete with other low-cost carriers, which is fine, but at the end of the day, if you're paying the same people to do the same job, you got to pay them the same amount of money. It's not like, well, we're paying the swoop pilots less because they're less safe. I guarantee you those swoop pilots are not any less safe than their mainline brethren. So, yeah, So I think I can see that being a big sticking point, and a big potential win for the union is, yeah, elimination of swoop as a separate entity. You look at sort of the equivalent, which is Air Canada and Rouge. Rouge is kind of the low-cost carrier built into Air Canada. All their pilots are all still part of the same union. All the Rouge pilots are on the same pay scale and almost all the same rules as the mainline pilots. They had an agreement to have a few slightly different rules for the people that were there, but they still all basically fell into the same contract. What they did was they treated it as a different equipment type. So, and it's still the pay is basically the same. What they did was they changed some of the work rules. They got rid of reserve, and instead everyone's called in for overtime. So, it's a slightly different animal, but it is sort of a similar style in that it's the same. It's same pilots still operating under the same contract at least. Whereas at WestJet, is the same pilots doing the same job, flying the same airplanes. They're all 737 still, but because they paint a swoop on it, we're going to pay you less. Yeah, it just doesn't work that way. So that could be a big win. And with Sunwing also kind of getting merged in there, that also could be a bit of a that also could be a potential future sticking point. So if they may have made some compromise on that and said all the Sunwing people are going to become part of the same WestJet group, all the pilots that fly 737s are going to be the same contract, working for the same pay. I could see that being definitely a big win for the union. They may have they may have settled for a smaller pay raise in that case. I don't think they would have settled for anything less than 10 to 20%. But it's not just about pay. It's not just about money. It's also about lifestyle, and the lifestyle of airline pilots has been going downhill for 20 years. It used to be a pretty glamorous job. Used to work a bunch of days a month, but you get pretty good credit for those days. You get quite a lot of days off. The schedules were usually pretty efficient. Things were well taken care of, and then over time, just the screws have slowly turned. Things have gotten tighter and tighter. So now all of a sudden you're working longer days. They're not always as efficient. Things get canceled. You often end up just completely shafted. You might get shafted for pay. You might get shafted, left in the wrong city, and nobody really even cares. Like, it used to be a lot of effort to try and get people home. Now it's just like, okay, well, we don't have another flight home, so you're going to the hotel. Bye. And they just hang up on you, and that's the end of it. It's like, you need some support. They've outsourced, a lot of the companies have outsourced the hotel procurement. There's one company that in North America that handles like 90% of the airlines in their hotel procurement, and that's all this company does, and yet they do a very bad job of it too. All the airlines, it's basically kind of the equivalent of all the airlines pooling their resources together and getting good deals at all the different hotels. But the trouble is now you've got a third party involved. So sometimes it takes a long time for the information to reach this, when something changes, for the information to travel this whole chain. And the flights have changed, something's canceled, you're in the wrong city. Your crew scheduling department, you have to call your crew scheduling department. Your crew scheduling department has to call this booking agent. The booking agent then has to call the hotel to make sure there's availability, and then back along the whole chain again too. So just adding another couple of links in the chain, more people to communicate, can make it very lengthy. Sometimes you can be sitting there for an hour waiting to get an answer of whether or not you're going to have a hotel room in said hotel for the night. And it's like, I just came off a 14-hour day. We just had a major incident happen. I'm exhausted. I just want to go to sleep. And you're sitting there waiting for someone to say, yeah, you have a hotel room, or no, you don't. It can be a very, very frustrating experience. And that's just sort of the tip. Like, just everything has sort of gotten a little bit worse over the years. The work rules have all kind of gotten a little bit worse. Not only is it, you're probably away more than ever now, and it's interesting because, like, in the generation we live in, like, it's possible to stay very connected. Like, obviously, like with smartphones and video chats and everything, and instant messaging services, it's very easy to stay connected to people at home, much more directly than you ever used to be able to. 30, 40 years ago, you go out on a 4-day pairing. You bring a good book with you. Hope there's good stuff on TV at the hotel. Maybe there's some stuff to walk to around the hotel that the hotel staff might know about, or some of your fellow pilots might know about. But and don't forget to bring your long distance calling card. And you might call home once or twice over that 4-day period to check in, see what's happening. Things go wrong. Chances are your family has no way of getting a hold of you. The fridge breaks down, or the water heater explodes and floods. Your family at home is probably on their own for that length of time. You're not going to be, they often will not have a way of getting a hold of you. Maybe they can call CruiseGet and ask them to send you a message, but they may not know what hotel you're in. Certainly once you leave the hotel to go to work, you're incommunicado because you don't have a cell phone. Getting a hold of people while they're at work, like I can't even conceive of it now. Like, I'm so used to just, like, instantly, like, get off the airplane, turn on my cell phone. I'm right back in my social scene again. I can talk to my family and my friends and everybody again. I'm not out of it, but years ago it was, you were out of it. Especially if you were somewhere far away, different foreign country, overseas calling. Like, you couldn't afford to call constantly or text constantly. You do it a couple times a day. Like, the age before the internet, you bring a good book with you to read while you're on layover, because that's all you're going to do. Nowadays, you bring your tablet, you bring your cell phone, you bring your laptop. You have all the comforts at home. Whatever hotel room you're at, you barely even notice the fact that you're not at home anymore. generation ago, it was very different. You're definitely home for a lot longer, but at the same time, it's still like the schedules are tougher. They've definitely gotten longer. The days have gotten longer. You know, the maximums have gotten shorter, but more people are close to the maximum every single time they go to work. So it's no wonder that you know, all the pilot groups have kind of looked around and said enough is enough. We've taken pay hits for years. Every time the companies are doing badly and losing money, we all take a hit. And then the companies start making money and they say, yeah, well, that's all because the executives know what they're doing. You know, it's not the frontline employees that make the company's money. It's the executives make the company money. It's the frontline employees that lose the company money. That seems to be the way it works. So hence the frontline employees, every time there's a loss, have to take a pay cut. Every time every time there's a profit, the executives get the pay raise. Yeah. And so the pilot groups have looked around, and this is not any one airline. This is pretty much almost every airline in North America. It's the same story. Delta's about the one big exception right now, where their pilots, they negotiated a very good pay raise with the management, and there's no labor strife on the horizon there. But almost every other airline seems to have certainly high aspirations in their renegotiations, and if the airlines are not bringing it to the table, then the strike mandates are coming down fast. So Southwest, American, United, FedEx, you know, all these airlines all voted strike mandates. All the biggest airlines in North America all voted strike mandates except for Delta, which gave their staff all a big raise anyways. And yeah, it's probably not going to end until these airlines open up the purses and say, look, you know, this job used to be a very well-paying job, and we used to attract top talent. And why can we not attract top talent anymore? Because we're not willing to pay top dollar. We're scraping the bottom of the barrel, and this pilot shortage has been 25, 30 years in the making. And that's where we are now. 25, 30 years of slowly eroding everything. People who are in the career stuck with it till the end. But the number of people interested in doing it has just gone down and down and down because the value equation is not there. You're gonna take out $100,000 loan to get a pilot's license, and it will take you the next 40 years to pay back that loan because you're going to make so little money for the first 20 years. Well, now all of a sudden the salaries are going back up again, and people are interested in doing it again. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's all on the airlines and their management for the way they've just conducted business for the last 20-something years. Anywho, that's enough ranting about that, because I think I've ranted enough about that. I'm pretty happy that WestJet avoided the strike at the end of the day. I think it probably would not have gone well, and it's interesting. Like, I read about this, but like that they successfully dodged that strike. So Canada now has a unblemished record of 25 years without an airline strike, which is crazy to think that it's been that long since the last time anybody walked out. But 1998, when the Air Canada pilots last walked out for, was it 11 days, 14 days, something like that, and nobody's had a strike since then. But it's not to say that people are not interested in it again now. Alright, goodbye Rocky Mountains. We made it over without losing an engine, without any major failures. Let's see here. So we are, what are we? We're about an hour and 15 minutes to go here still. Oop. Pressed the wrong button on my mouse, and there goes everything. 17:42. Yeah, about an hour and 15 minutes to go here. So I am contemplating taking a little break here right now in the next 5 minutes here or so. Take myself a lunch break for about 15-20 minutes. Just give my voice a rest, refill my coffee cup, have some lunch, give my voice a break, because I think my voice is already just about to die. But yeah, I think I'll just clear out all this stuff here. So we have cleared the Rockies, there is no doubt. We've cleared the Rockies, we don't need any of this stuff anymore, so I'm just going to delete all these fixes in here, because I'm just messing up this whole thing here. Because these radials just get drawn into infinity. There. That makes it a little easier. Yeah. Is that controller still on in Dallas? He'd log off. He is still there. Not too bad. Been on there for 2:10 now. he might stick around. We might have an ATC, so I should probably step out sooner than later to make sure I get this lunch. So, yeah, I think I'm going to do that now. Before I do this, I'm going to turn down the noise. Go outside. There we go. So hopefully that's not too obnoxious there. And I see somebody following me there at 350. Nicely done. Yeah, so I'm going to step away for about, I'm going to say 15 minutes. So I'm going to be back in about 1:45. That'll give me about an hour to prepare for arrival and make sure we're online for DFW. And it gives me a little chance to rest my voice and have something to eat. So hopefully nothing goes wild for the next 15 minutes. Hopefully we don't get any abnormalities pop up in the next 15 minutes. Otherwise, stick with me, guys. And yeah, I will be back at about 1:45. And we'll start setting up for that descent and arrival into DFW. But yeah, time for me to go take a little lunch break, and refill that ever so important coffee cup. So we'll see you guys back in about 15 minutes. Stick with me, and we'll hope for some more interest on the way into DFW. Thanks for watching, guys. Alright everybody, back on the flight deck again, and I feel a lot better now. Gave my voice a little rest, my voice box a little rest, got some food in myself, refreshed my coffee cup, made quick use of facilities, even if the dogs go and usually use the yard for their own facilities. And yeah, I think we're ready to go and finish this flight down to DFW now. And at first it seemed like it was going to be a pretty long flight, but it's actually going pretty quickly here. Found a lot of stuff to talk about. And yeah, we'll hop back in the flight deck and start getting ourselves set up here, because we're going to be in DFW in Fort Worth Center anyways in about 20 minutes, and probably landing at DFW in about an hour. So we'll have to start looking at the ATIS, get some information. Yeah, so we're doing pretty good. I see you back there. I'm not sure who's directly behind me playing catch-up here. Kyle, I guess you're the one that's directly behind me. And see, I was a little further behind you there, so I can just see you there. I don't know how well you can see it on screen, but your lights are flashing there just off in the distance. Hopefully nothing beeped while I was out there. I haven't even gone inside the flight deck yet, because I'm just having a little bit of fun with the outside of the airplane, because I realize, like, I spend all this time chatting and looking inside the airplane, and we never really get a chance to really enjoy this airplane. Let's see here. If I do this completely. There we go, that's better. That's what I was looking for. Just a little chance to look around the airplane and just enjoy the detail that BMG has put into this model, and it really does look good. I do like this color of blue too. I think it's a really, this Alaska paint job is a really nice paint job. I like that shade of blue. Looks really nice on the airplane here. Almost the color of the sky there. That's a nice shot right there. Figure out a better way to center that. Give me chase plane back, honestly. Chase plane was one of the best innovations, I think, ever for in terms of being able to see what an airplane is doing, to control the camera. Really, the camera control you got from chase plane was just absolutely phenomenal all the time. I miss it. I really do. Let's see here. Let's just slow down. Like, shot here. This way. Always trying to find some shots that I can use for my title card there. Something like that. There it is. Okay, that's enough playing for now. So hop back in the flight deck, make sure there's no caution lights going off or anything like that. No, everything looks good in the flight deck, actually. Who's that dude on the tail? So he's an Eskimo. I can't remember his name. I can't wait for that. Oh, sorry, I was trying to drag that streamer around and it. He's an Eskimo. I can't remember his name. He's a famous Eskimo, but I obviously can't remember his name. He's been on several iterations of the Alaska Airlines tail. I can't remember his name though. I was looking at it because I was curious about that. I asked myself the same question a little while ago. I'm like, who is this guy who's always on these Alaska Airlines tails? All right, just about getting ready to set up here. Before I get set up. The one thing I thought I would rant about for a moment too, because I just love having things to rant about. I'm an old man. Just give me stuff to rant about. I can do it all day. I was just kind of glanced at my phone and it was some on my phone while I was eating lunch there. But apparently we're about to we're not saying goodbye to, but the QR code menu that came to prevalence during COVID seems to be in a rapid decline again, which I have to say, good riddance to bad rubbish. We spend way too much time with this phone tethered to our bloody wrists, and I will not say that I am not guilty of it as well, and I'm trying my best to break this habit and not do things. And it blows my mind the number of places that like just assume every person on Earth owns a smartphone. I'm like, I am not giving my kids 10 years old, 12 years old, a smartphone. They have no need for it. But they should not require one to function, to be a functioning member of society. And we need to spend less time with these phones. And the QR code menus were just one of like the perfect examples of like something where like we had a system that was perfectly great before. Yes, okay, I understand kind of in COVID, yes, okay, nobody wanted to touch things that other people touched. I get that 100%, but at the same time, it's so much nicer to have a real menu in your hands that it's playing around on this little tiny screen and you're trying to zoom in and zoom out and see these things. Like you can't, phones are not good for browsing. They're really not good for browsing. They're good if you kind of have specific information, but they're terrible, terrible browsers because the screen is so small. You can only see a couple of things on at a time. So when you're if you go to a menu somewhere you're unfamiliar with or somewhere that has a big menu that you want to be able to peruse the whole thing, a smartphone is the worst possible device to use because you can't really browse. You have to specifically kind of look at each item. You can't just sort of glance around the page and sort of say, what do I feel like? Look at some pictures, get some ideas, see the different sections, see the things that are available. You can't. It's not easy to flip back and forth in a smartphone. Like you really have to, in a smartphone, it becomes a very linear experience. You have to scroll through the menu in the order that it's been published, and that's it. Whereas with a paper menu, you can kind of look around it and take it into different orders. You can go to the entrees first and then decide if you want an appetizer afterwards. Maybe think about desserts or drinks later. QR code menus were one of those things where it was a solution searching for a problem. Yeah, I am kind of happy that when I was a child there was just no smartphones either. Kids today are being brought up in such a different environment than previous generations, and probably again I'm going to sound like an old man, but the change is so complete. Here's an interesting thought though too. Here's an interesting thought though. Like, when you grew up though, what was ubiquitous? Of course, by the time you grew up was the automobile. But the automobile is only a very recent innovation in technology as well, but it's completely just changed the way Western society is designed. And I could go on about this for a very long time. Yeah, the whole way that the Western society now is designed is based on the idea of the automobile. The idea that everyone must have this personal transportation device that they must use to get everywhere in their life, and you are not allowed to walk or cycle anywhere. You must get in an automobile and drive somewhere to get anywhere. Everything's going to be just far enough, and it's not even that anyone says malicious, but everything's going to be just far enough away that you have to get there. So you got to take that for granted. But think of how your generation probably felt, your parents probably felt growing up when the automobile, and originally, I think it's taken a long time for people to really truly recognize the downsides of the automobile, and the downsides are many. It really is honestly like the personal transportation automobile could be one of the worst inventions of the 20th century in terms of the impact on human society as a whole. It has made us noticeably more isolated because we no longer pass people on the sidewalk. We no longer pass people on the road and wave at people and acknowledge people. We are now all sitting in our personal isolation chambers. Our mobile isolation chambers. That's what we do. We transport ourselves from place to place in our mobile isolation chambers. No acknowledgement that anybody in any of the other mobile isolation chambers exists. So you have no interaction with those people. Certainly never look them in the eye. Never give them much of an expression. Occasionally people might give them a gesture, but that's about the limit of it. Whereas 2 or 3 generations ago, when you were moving around your neighborhood for any reason, whether it be to go to work, to school, to shop, you would pass by many people and you would acknowledge them in a real human way because you had to, because you were within a reasonable distance of them. So many of the problems with modern society, and I find it hilarious. I read all these people who are in an uproar at the concept of the 15-minute city, as if it's some kind of giant conspiracy theory to keep you all isolated and living at home. And it's so funny because it's the complete opposite of the idea. The idea of the 15-minute city is not to chain you down, but is to set you free. What has chained you down is the automobile. It has taken away everybody's choice about where they can go and how they can get there, and you must mandatory use your automobile to get anywhere. The idea of the 15-minute city is not that we take away everybody's automobile and you can never use it again. The idea is that we give people the choice not to use it. We give people that option. It's about the freedom of choosing. I do not want to drive everywhere in my life, instead of I have to drive everywhere because everything is a 20-minute, 15-minute drive away, but a 45-minute walk if there's even a sidewalk that leads me there. And I just find it hilarious, like this backlash against the idea of the 15-minute city. The whole idea of the 15-minute city is freedom. People are like, oh, a 50-minute city is going to take away our freedoms. It's like, your car is not freedom. Your car is what you are a slave to. You have to pay for it. You have to maintain it. You have to put fuel in it. Insurance for it. Like a never-ending litany of expenses related to it. And if you own it, you must therefore drive it because you have to get the most out of your investment. How about we create cities where we can choose not to take the automobile? That's the idea of the 15-minute city, is that everything should be within a 15-minute walk of your house so that you choose not to use the automobile to do everything. I was just thinking about this the other day. I have a check I have to deposit at the bank. I haven't been to the bank yet because I don't go to the bank because we don't need to very much in our society anymore, because we all have debit cards and credit cards, and there's another whole problem. But I don't want to get in the car and just drive just to the bank and drive home again. What a stupid, 20-minute drive for nothing. So I'm waiting till a point where I have to go to some place that's near the bank and I can perhaps drop by, but I don't want to go out of my house and just get in the car and drive just to the bank, just to deposit a check and come back again. So the check is sitting here on my desk. I don't need the money that desperately. But yeah, it's a symptom of the kind of mentality I'm having now, where I'm trying not to just get in the car and drive to do absolutely everything in my life, and it's hard because I live in a suburban area that has been designed with the idea that you must drive everywhere in your car, and there's no other way to get anywhere because nothing is close enough. Everybody must be isolated and live far away from everything else. Corner stores are a great thing, and having a local grocery store is a great thing. Not having to drive 45 minutes to Costco to stock up on tons and tons of stuff. But why do you need to save so much money by going to Costco? Because you have to offset the cost of the fact you own this automobile, and you have all this money going out to pay for this automobile every month. So I've got to stop. I got to stop ranting about this. It's funny because the QR code got me on there. But anyways, it was kind of rewarding to see that like the QR code menu is quickly falling by the wayside, and I have to agree with this. Like it's so frustrating. You spend way too much time staring at these screens. It's going to be nice not to have to stare at your screen. One reason not to stare at your screen is all right. That should be Fort Worth. 3517. Not even in his airspace yet, but I'm getting close. So, anyways, it's nice to see. But apparently, yeah, like apparently QR codes at menus in North America, their usage is down by like 20 or 30% over by almost 30% over the last year. And most restaurants are not creating any new menus using QR codes. They might keep reusing the old ones, but no one's creating new QR codes for restaurants because it's a fad. It was a fad that was kind of relevant in the pandemic, but as we move past it, it's time to go back to actually having interactions with the real world instead of everything happens on this black screen that you have to carry around and tether to you and it's making you go cross-eyed, radiating yourself. It just it's not even that. It's just the social implication. Most people just can't even put it down for any length of time. And I will admit I fall victim to this too. And I realize I'm doing this. I'm having a conversation with somebody and I'm playing with my phone at the same time. And I look up and I'm like, I don't remember anything we just said. You literally were just telling me, giving me some instructions to do something, and I literally don't remember anything because I'm playing with my phone. And I really make a concerted effort when I am interacting with people, because we forgot how to interact with people because we just reach for this phone as a crutch of, okay, I have nothing to do. Just waste time on the stupid phone. Anyways. Yes, I'm a huge fan of the metaverse. Absolutely. Mark Zuckerberg's an idiot. It's a solution searching for a problem. People want to connect more and spend less time in their devices, in their digital world. The last thing you're going to be able to do is sell them a metaverse. The whole concept is hilarious. Warmworth Center, very good afternoon. Alaska 392 at flight level 350. Tree 546 and ident, Alaska 392. Alaska 392, Roger. You can't hear the ATC at all? Because I'm watching and I see the volume going up. Okay, hold on. Oh, yes, that's right. It is outputting the wrong device. You're right. Nope. How about now?
Stand by, break. American 2216, squawk 15259. 15259.
It was bleeding slightly in before, but
the American that was calling, it was 1 by 5. There was so much feedback and distortion. I couldn't hear what you're saying.
All right. Well, thank you for that heads up. Perfect. Yeah, and it's so many settings. Sometimes I got to rearrange because I use this computer just to fly personally, and I change the audio output device all the time on it. So. Okay, let's get this DFW ATIS. Let's see here, Foxtrot.
Aircraft calling again. The mic is 1 by 5. There's so much background noise I can't make out what you're saying.
2998. Yeah, it is pretty quiet. And I actually found this the other day. My Windows by itself had changed.
2216, your radar contact 62 miles west of the Failed-Grab.
Windows had changed the.
American 2216 radar
the input level of the mic on its own with me not doing anything, and all of a sudden
American 28 correction Southwest 2881 radar contact.
Yeah, all of a sudden you barely hear me. It went to 10%. So and I don't know. I didn't do anything. It just one day just started doing it. So if you go under Windows settings, sound settings, and go to your device properties for your microphone, just check.
American 2577 fly heading 180 for traffic.
Fly heading 180. American 2577.
So give the mic settings a try. It's coming in pretty quiet there. Alright. So what am I doing here? Okay, so DFW. Winds are 150 at 9, 10 miles, fuel at 15,000, 27 degrees, 17 degrees, 29.
Southwest 1636, Fort Worth Center, standby.
13 right, 18 right, 17 center, 17 left. Southwest barrel traffic, departing 17 right.
Southwest 1636, Fort Worth Center, squawk 2742 and item.
Use operate transponder to altitude 100. Okay, sure we have Foxtrot. 18 right or 13 right. I'm going to go with 18 right because it just sort of conforms to its traffic flow better. So we're going to stick with 18 right. We'll do flap 30 landing. And let's have a quick look here. So, yeah, it says we're 27 minutes away. Wow, that last half hour just went. This is what happens when you really start getting me ready.
1636 radar contact.
The time just flies away. And I am a ranter, 100%. I will admit it. When I find something that really ticks me off, and QR menus are one of those things. It's like I after about the first like week or something, I'm like, I hate these things so much. And I get that they kind of were needed for health and safety purposes, but as soon as the pandemic was over, I'm like, I can't get rid of these things fast enough. I'm so happy to see them go. Alright, so 290, 1917, just checking all the restrictions here, Zubov 270.
Southwest 1636, descend via the red and 4 arrival to DFW altimeter, correction to outside altimeter 299er.
Victor 250, 1011, see man, 250 knots, 907, and FOP 235,000, track 090.
American 2216 for spacing, fly heading 090.
Alright, so that's good.
Heading 090,
yeah, radar required, DDI, GPS, temperatures only, expect localizer 18 right, so this is what we got set up. Fort Worth, north, expect to chill, star, our public transition, okay, that's fine. And let us, let's just put this one, DFW there. I'll pin this one just in case we get 13 right, but I am expecting we're going to get 18 right. Just keep the ILS to 18 right. Alright, so we're going to do 111.9. Set course on your side.
Number 707, Victor Mike, verify squawking 2617.
176, set.
2617, 707, Victor Mike.
The other way.
And November 707, Victor Mike at pilot's discretion, descend and maintain 5,000.
Alright, minimums on this one, 807.
Confirm descend 5,000, citation 77, Victor Mike.
November 707, Victor Mike at pilot's discretion, descend and maintain 5,000.
My discretion 5,000, 77, Victor Mike.
American 2577, clear direct Madonna. After Madonna, resume the Victory 2 arrival.
After, okay, 807.
Direct Madonna and resume the Victory 2 arrival at Madonna, American 2577.
American 2216, clear direct Madonna. After Madonna, resume the Victory 2 arrival. American 2216, clear direct Madonna. After Madonna, resume the Victory 2 arrival. Direct Madonna, after Madonna, Victory 2 arrival, American 2216.
18 right. And then after that we do, okay, so 176 straight ahead to 1100 feet, then climb right turn 3000, heading 250, 222 radial to the lights intersection and hold 3000 feet. Okay, good, so that's all in there. We got landing speeds, I think we're just about ready here. You have control.
I have control.
Are you ready for the approach briefing?
Go ahead.
Okay, so we are going to be doing today the Victory 2 RNAV arrival into DFW Dallas Fort Worth, plate 60-2 uniform. We're doing the Medano transition. I've checked all the waypoints in the box. Medano, Belfer, Hull, and there are a couple ball flags here. Arbuckle, yeah, that's the Arbuckle transition, and the font transition, that's fine. Flag 3. Okay, I see it here. Ball flag 1, ball flag 2, ball flag 3. Belfer transition, okay, yeah. Alright, so we're on the Medano transition anyways. Belfer, Hull, Ledin, Glock, Ledin, Zubov, Victory, Z-Man, and Falcon 090 heading there after. We're going to get vectored over to an ILS-2 runway. Not that one, this one. ILS to 1-8 right, 61-10. 111.
Aircraft calling a little bit better 2x5, but there's still a lot of background noise.
111.9. And final approach course 176. Those are both set. Glide slope at Netty 2400. And the ILSDA of 807. Touchdown zone 607. The field elevation set to 600 there for the pressurization. Missed approach is, as published, up to 3,000 feet. That's in the box as well. The MSA is 3,600 feet south of the Maverick VOR, which is just pretty much on the field there.
Alaska 392, descend via the Victory to arrival, DFW altimeter 29908.
Descend via the Victory to arrival on 29908, Alaska 392.
American 2577, descend via the Victory to arrival, DFW altimeter 29908.
All the way down to 5,000.
American 2577, descend via the Victory to arrival, DFW altimeter 29908.
This guy's getting mad at us.
Descend via Victory to arrival, altimeter 29908, American 2577.
American 2216, descend via the Victory to arrival, DFW altimeter 29908, correction 29908.
Copies on the left, ALS 2 lighting system. RVR 1803 and miles, the lowest one we've got. Landing on 18 right, we're going to take a convenient left turn off the runway at a high-speed intersection, Echo 4, maybe Echo 6, something like that. We're going to go 3 for the, pretty heavy today, so we're going to go 3 for the auto brake. And we'll taxi to the gate. We'll have to cross the inner runway. That's a hot spot, so at some point we'll have to cross the inner runway over to the terminal area. I'm going to get a gate in a minute here. And, yeah. The one fault we do have, again, we still have it here, is the, you'll notice that the doors did fix themselves eventually. But the one fault we do have is we do have the mosquito tube here, so we have to make sure we stay out of icy conditions. Right now it's looking pretty clear. There are some clouds over at DFW, so hopefully we'll duck down underneath them pretty quickly.
Alright, American 611, I can see that you're trying to transmit, but it's modulated and I can barely understand you, sir. Say your request via text, please. Okay, again, it's extremely modulated. I can see who's transmitting on my end, but I can't understand what you're saying. Please transmit via text.
Okay, so the other thing we got to check quickly here, so terrain is not much of an issue around DFW. You can actually probably kill the terrain at this point. Weather looks like a beautiful day. We just got to avoid icy conditions.
American 2216, Fort Worth Center, say Mach speed.
American 2216, Mach decimal 78.
American 2216, for sequence, maintain Mach decimal 70 or less till the transition.
Decimal 70 or less until transition, American 2216.
Operational. I'm just listening to what's going on the radio here now too. I feel like the proud father leading his kids in, so I feel invested in what you guys are doing out here. Alright, that's Houston. Come on, show me DFW. Alright, DFW, NOTAMs, and there's going to be a lot of them. There always are. It's a big airport. There's always tons of stuff going on, so let's get to the important stuff here. Airport level NOTAMs. Let's see here. Airspace, Kilo 8, Kilo Bravo, Lima. God. Bravo, painted signs, okay. Echo Lima, closed. Back. Lights, markings, taxiways closed. Those are the ones that concern me here. There's a bunch of taxiways closed. Honestly, I don't have time to mark them down right now. There's a whole bunch of taxiways closed here, so we'll have to rely on our ground controller to help us out. Runways, anything interesting on the runways? 18 left closed. Today for a couple of hours.
American 2577, verify squawking 7415.
7415, apologies, American 2577.
No worries, you were squawking it initially, and I don't know what happened, but I'm showing a different code now, so I just want to make sure you're aware.
Alright, take off. So we don't
That's on me, sorry about that.
It's approach. Okay, so let's see here. 3-5 left, 3-1 right, 17 right, 18 right. Anything for 18 right. Got a bunch for 17 center, 17 right.
Southwest 1636, contact regional approach 125.32.
5 right, 36 right. And this is the kind of thing that is the problem with the NOTAM system. Is look at how many NOTAMs there are just for one airport. how is, you know, how I had 3 hours of cruising. It's probably been looking at it all this time, but that's a lot of information for one person to try and take in. Gate assignment, that's what I need now. So let's just find an Alaska Airlines gate assignment that is reasonable here. So from KPDX to KDFW, show me an Alaska flight. Alright, there's one that arrived early this morning as a red-eye, so we'll do the one that's scheduled for later today maybe, if there's a gate assigned to it. Gate Echo 11. So we're going to go to Gate Echo 11, not the SimBrief panel, this one. Echo 11 is going to be over here, so it's going to be a little bit awkward to get to, but let's just...
American 611, your radar contact 27 miles southeast of the Panhandle VOR, welcome board.
Concourse E, West Cargo. So Echo 11, there we are. So Echo 11 is kind of on the northeast side.
Yeah, American 611, you can proceed depending on the look. I'm going to work on something on my end and I'll let you know what I can do for you.
Yeah, so a bunch of NOTAMs, got to worry about those, bunch of taxiway closures. If we get a chance, we'll have a closer look and see if we can't figure out where they are. Let's just have a quick look and just see if anything really impacts our taxi route here. This is the kind of systematic problem in the NOTAM system. There's so much stuff in the NOTAMs, it's almost impossible to keep track of what's going on here. So Kilo 8 between Kilo and Lima, and then like trying to find it on this chart too. It's like, where is Kilo 8? There it is, Kilo 8. Okay, that's fine. Papa, taxiway Echo Lima. Echo Lima doesn't affect us too much here. Mike 5, that's fine. Echo Lima, Quebec. So most of the stuff is on the east side here. Kilo 12. Kilo 12 is down here. Kilo between Alpha and Echo Romeo. Kilo between Alpha and Echo Romeo. Okay, that's fine down there. But like, this is how, you know, how long is this going to take me to look up all these things? And yeah, you got a first officer, you can get to it together. But the whole point of the NOTAM system is like, it's so archaic. Just trying to translate this text into the map here is it's not impossible, but it's very challenging. Lots of closures here on the east side, not too many closures on the west side. Kilo. And some of them, and then you got closed taxiways mixed with like, okay, the lights are unserviceable, and that's like a whole different level of scope, especially if it's daytime. So it's the way it's all assembled, the information is assembled and mixed together, it's almost impossible to kind of sort through this stuff sometimes. Alright, I don't see anything that really looks like it's going to impact our taxi route. Boy, what a gong show just trying to get through that. Alright. I have control.
You have control.
Any questions?
No questions.
Descent checklist.
Descent checklist. Pressurization. Landing altitude is 600 feet. Recall checked. Auto brake. Level 3. Landing data.
Center American 2577, beginning descent.
VRAF 149.
The aircraft outside.
Minimum 807 feet.
Center American 2577, we're commencing our descent.
Okay, thank you.
Approach briefing.
Completed.
Descent checklist completed.
Yeah, gotta set this up in here. So what did I say? 807 is the minimums. 2400 at Netty. 3000 for the mist. 2400 at Netty. Star ILS. Landing flaps 30. Leads on runway. Auto brake 3. Maybe delayed start because we got a long taxi. Thread's final second now. Alright, good. Good. Alright, we're on our way down. Cat's minus
November 707, Victor Mike. Clear direct Dodge, cross Dodge, at or above 2000, cleared RNAV runway 4 approach at Texarkana.
Looks like it's pretty good today. There should be a system which translates this text into icons on a map. Hallelujah, absolutely. 100%. Hasn't happened yet. The FAA has been studying the idea for about, I don't know, 20 years now. So it's a very archaic system. It works at an airport where there's not that many NOTAMs. If you can keep the NOTAMs at an airport to under, like, under 10 or 20, then it's sort of manageable. But like, look at this one here, like DFW, like there's got to be like 50 or 60 active NOTAMs. Which ones are important? Which ones can I disregard? That's a skill in and of itself, just trying to look. Like, look, this is my flight plan here. So look at the scroll bar here.
Over to you, Tom. So this 181. Have a good day, man.
Here's where the weather ends. So here's the NOTAMs. NOTAMs are from here to here. Like 90% of this flight plan is listing the NOTAMs at the departure, the arrival, the alternate, the en route. A ridiculous number, and most of them have very little relevance to the actual flight. But you got to put them in there for liability purposes. It's almost impossible to peel through it all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Like, you're talking, there could be almost 100 NOTAMs here to read. Like, I've seen pictures of these guys where they have their flight plan printed out, and they literally go on the jet bridge, and they put the piece of paper end to end, and the flight plan is the length of the jet bridge. There's 45, 50 pages, and it's just 90% of it's NOTAMs. And half it doesn't get read because it's so cumbersome and awkward. Most of it is not relevant to your particular flight, but it's all included there just in case. You know, it's middle of the day, but we're going to tell you which taxiways have lights out, which ones have non-standard markings. I mean, like, even if we don't switch to a graphical system, there's got to be a better hierarchy of priority. You know, closed runways, unserviceable nav aids. Those are like top of the list. Next is like, okay, closed taxiways. Okay, then we're going to get into lighting systems that are unserviceable. So maybe we'll be concerned with that if we're flying at night, but during the day, I don't care if the lights don't work on X taxiway. And then at the bottom, markings non-standard, obstruction light out on tower 17 miles from the airport. Like, those are the kind of things that we've got to come up with a better system of prioritizing the NOTAMs. A visual graphical NOTAMs would be great. Drawing with closures directly on the chart, because that's what I used to do. I used to go through these NOTAMs, and I would sit here with my little pen on my my little red marker on my iPad, my little red editing pen, and I'd scratch out all the closed ones, so I had some idea of where the taxiing, you know, what taxi routes I'm probably gonna have to avoid because it's closed. Give me some kind of a heads up as to where to kind of watch out for things, but it's just so cumbersome. Yeah, and people have been saying that for years, and you know, 20 years people have been studying the problem. The problem is who becomes the person that puts that information in, and you know, what's the liability on that information if it's wrong, is the other half of the equation. You know, just putting the text out there, the text is accurate. It's not very it's not very easy to translate it into the real world and perceive it, but the text is correct. Yeah, okay, there is transition. Transition, set altimeter 29908.
Two 998 set, passing 17,000. Now.
Roger. Yeah, there's been talk about doing something like that, but yeah, I think the liability implications are so high that nobody ever wants to really get out on that limb and do that. But yeah, so many of these things, like you look at these en route NOTAMs, and they're just coordinates, just lots and longs. Good luck knowing where they are. Go to these en route ones. ZLCE airspace, radio altimeter unreliable within an area defined as 18.1 mile radius of 44, 47, 53 north by 106, 57, 22 west. Also known as the SHR 111 radial at 5.2 miles from the surface of it. Like, who's going to go out and measure this across hundreds potentially of NOTAMs? I probably have 300, 400, 500 NOTAMs in this flight plan here. It's no wonder that NOTAMs get missed. Important ones get missed because they get just buried in the cavalcade of information.
November, the aircraft calling with 82 Victor, go ahead.
82 Victor would like to request flight following to meet some Foxtrot Tango Whiskey.
Say the call sign again, please. Aircraft calling for flight following, say the call sign again, please.
This guy's gonna log off out of frustration, I can see it. People are not listening. I can see him just vanishing somewhere along the way here. I think we're good. I think we're gonna have ATC down to the ground, which is kind of nice. I honestly didn't think he's gonna stick it out this long. Must be on a day off or something.
Alaska 392, contact regional approach 125.02.
Regional approach 12502, Alaska 392, good day. Now we have regional approach. I didn't realize we had approach on too. Nice. Regional approach, good afternoon, Alaska 392, 13-9er descending via the Victory 2 with information, Foxtrot.
Alaska 392, regional approach, JSW altimeter 2998, expect visual runway 18 right.
Alright, 2998 and plan visual 18 right, Alaska 392. FMC speed, cool, 18 right, stick to the plan. Someone should break with a bad microphone now, yeah. See, I get to that point though too, like I honestly do, like when I'm controlling, like if I get like a whole bunch of like people that are just not listening in a row, and there's nobody around who is listening, I will eventually just log off. I will just throw up my hands in frustration and just say, I'm done with you guys. You know, it's one thing if one person doesn't listen. It's like, okay.
1636,
but when you end up with like one of those situations where like, yeah, you've got 5 different airplanes, nobody's listening to you, nobody's following the procedures, nobody's doing anything. It's like, why am I even here? What am I doing? So I will admit, I sometimes reach that moment of exasperation where I just can't deal with you guys anymore. You guys are on your own. Go navigate yourselves around if you don't want to listen anyways. And I'm not proud of it, but I'm a human being. I can only do so much. You know, it's all volunteer. I do it because I enjoy it and I like it, and I enjoy, you know, playing the game with other people. When other people are not playing well, I get frustrated. I lose it. I lose it.
2998, information Foxtrot current. Expect visual runway 18 right.
Check altimeter and visual 18 right, American 2577.
Alright. We're almost down there. Actually, it wasn't too bad of a flight. The key is to have lots of things to rant about. Once I start ranting, you just can't stop me. So let's talk about touchscreens and cars next time. I'll start to rant about that one next. Or smartwatches. Ugh. Oh. My watch is smart enough. It tells me the time. It's all I need on it. Bad enough how tethered we are to our phones. The watch is just like, and I find it funny, like all these companies like betting big on wearable tech. It's like, oh, everyone's going to want to wear everything. They're going to want to walk around with devices sewn into their clothes and over their glasses, on their wrists. It's like, no.
Southwest 1636, would you like the ILS runway 13 left?
No, we are entirely too connected to this world. Being disconnected a little bit is going to be a good thing.
13 left for the ILS.
Yeah. I will never own a smartwatch. I like my nice watch that tells me the time, and that's all I need to know.
Prepare for landing.
Regional approach, good morning, Walker 3253, holding for 17 right, Echo Golf at DFW.
All checklist, altimeters.
Walker 3253, runway 17 right.
2998 inches set, cross check.
Pick up 17 right, Walker 3253.
$10,000.
2998 inches set.
2998 set. Approach checklist completed.
Lights on. Haven't even heard from the cabin crew all flight. You know what I really want to
Autopilot on. Backup is set. Autopilot on.
That's weird. Could I pump the trim with my knee or something? Autopilot seems to be okay. That was weird.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be arriving at our destination shortly. If you are making a connection to another flight.
Alright, so below 10,000.
Southwest 1636, fly heading 180. Maintain 3000 till establishing the localizer. Clear the ILS runway 13 left approach.
Far away still? No, we don't need to DFW yet. Wow, there's a lot of airports out here though. Look at how many airports are out here.
Also in preparation for landing, please turn off all electronic devices.
And Southwest 1636. Try to make that a 150 for the header.
There's a lot of little strips out here somewhere.
Please store your tray tables, reach your seats in their upright positions, and check the security of your seatbelts.
Yeah.
American 2216, regional approach. Thank you for information box.
Howdy, Captain Michael.
Welcome to
Welcome to the chat. Yeah,
Center.
that is a lot of airports. I didn't realize there were that many airports within 20. I think the limit is 30 miles. So within 30 miles of me, there must be like 50 or 60 airports. But this is America. They like aviation down here. In Canada, we don't like aviation. We keep our airports. We keep our big airports as the only places we can have. I was like, let's close down the secondary airports in every city. Why do we need more than one airport? It's like, well,
Alaska 392, fly heading 100, extend maintain 4000.
Heading 100, descend 4000, Alaska 392.
Please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their upright positions. Make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
4,000
All carry-on
feet.
luggage is stowed underneath.
Level change.
Overhead bins. Please turn off all electronic devices until we are safely
I'm heading cell 100, 4,000 feet, level change. There's speed. Alright, perfect. Where's this going to be? 4,000, just a little this side of Ickle. Just expect it to set a little bit here.
Walker 3253, reset transponder, squawk 0553.
You guys forgetting something. Give me 1 second, I'll get it up.
Now we're within 30 miles from our destination. Alright, going to gate Echo 11 is the gate. And
Southwest 1636, runway 13 left for the land.
sure, G2 Secure Staff. Never heard of G2 Secure Staff. What the heck are you doing? Alright.
Walker 3253, I'll be back with you.
Start slowing it up once we
Walker
get
3253,
final there.
verify squawk mode, Charlie here, I don't have you on radar.
Alright. Ickle 176 inbound. So there's our final approach course. Yes, that was pretty much aimed right at Ickle. 14 miles away.
American 2577, to maintain 5000.
To maintain 5000, American 2577.
It's a little bit out because we're still doing 240 knots too. We need something to slow down. So once we get there, Ickle 4000.
Mark 3253, sorry about that. We're squawking Mark Charlie now.
It's crazy when you come in from the northeast side. It's just how big suburban Dallas is. We're starting to get into suburban Dallas already here. Downtown Dallas is like 40-something, 45 miles that way. You're already getting into the suburban area of Dallas Fort Worth here.
Walker 3253, yeah. Stand by 1.
I do enjoy looking at the scenery as we go by though. It's just
Walker 3253,
such a nice job.
radar contact, reset transponder one more time for me, sorry. Walker 0524.
0524, Walker 3253.
Flight deck. Okay, thanks. Captain, the cabin is secure.
Beautiful. Thank you, sir.
Walker 3253, climb maintain 17,000.
17,000, Walker 3253.
Alright, speed 215. Got 5,000 descending 4,000. VS is now
Walker 3253, contact Fort Worth Center 135.17, thanks for the help.
13517, thanks, sorry about that.
No worries at all.
Hard to see out there still right now. Hopefully it'll get a little more obvious as we turn inbound here. We'll level off and should close our speed pretty quickly here.
American 2216, to maintain 6,000.
Maintain 6,000, 20.
Alaska 392, flight heading 150, Maintain 3,000 till established in the localizer, runway 18 right, report to field and site.
Alright, right turn 150, and sorry, say again the altitude for Alaska 392?
3,000 till established and report to field and site.
Alright, well they just set the localizer 3,000 till established, we'll report the field and site, Alaska 392. Alright, so I guess he wants to join the locals, that's fine. 3,000 feet is set, let's just do level change. And there we go, we got heading is 150, VOR loc armed MCP speed, and yeah, it's kind of hazy out here. Keep an eye open for it there. A minute. Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1 set.
Alright, so we got flaps 1. Kind of having a hard time. I know roughly where it should be, it's just kind of hazy off in that direction. I think I see some lights flashing up there in the distance now. I think I see where it's going to come in here. As soon as we turn on to final here, it should become pretty obvious, I think. Alright, there's VOR loc. And Alaska 392's got the field in sight. It's just
Alaska 392, clear visual approach runway 18 right.
Clear to visual approach 18 right, Alaska 392.
2500.
Radio altimeter alive. Cabin crew, take your seats.
Yeah, you just sort of make out the parallel. It's very hard to see just in the distance there. It's kind of, you can kind of see it there. So.
Alaska 392, maintain 180 knots till 5 mile final.
Alright, 180 knots till 5 mile final, Alaska 392.
American 2577, fly heading 150, maintain 3000, join the localizer runway 18 right, report to field and site.
Right heading 150, descend 3000, we'll intercept the localizer, report to field and site, American 2577.
Alright, and we got speed 180.
American 2216, turn 10 degrees left, then maintain 5000.
10 degrees left and 75,000, American.
Glide slope's alive. Alright, not much to chat about now, because now I gotta actually focus on what I'm doing here, but yeah, now we are deep into suburban Dallas here. This city just goes on forever. This is like the epitome of American sprawl in the city here. Just goes on and on like this. And not a store within walking distance of most of these houses. Most of these houses you have to drive to anything. Glide slope.
Checked.
Mr. Approach altitude 3000 set.
Approach checklist. Altimeters.
2998 set.
2998 set. Approach checklist completed.
Alaska 392, contact E50 tower 126.55, we'll see you.
Tower 2655, Alaska 392, good day. Oh, we got tower as well. I don't even care. Like, I'm not even looking. Feed me the frequencies. I didn't think we'd have tower as well. 3 controllers on a single stream on a weekday in the middle of the day. Get out.
Final approach fix. 8 checked. Missed approach altitude is set.
Gear down, flaps 15.
Speed checked. Gear down.
DFW tower, good afternoon, Alaska 392 on the visual 18 right.
Alaska 392, DFW tower, good afternoon, runway 18 right, clear to land.
18 right, clear to land, Alaska 392. Flaps 30.
Check speed. Checked.
Get my own stupid gear switch on the
1,000 feet, not stable.
Yeah, I know. Flaps 25.
Speed checked. Flaps 25.
Flaps 30.
Speed checked. Flaps 30 set.
Landing checklist.
Landing checklist. Engine start switches.
Continuous.
5.
Speed brake.
Armed.
500 feet. Landing gear.
Down.
Flaps.
Flaps 30, green light.
Landing checklist completed. Check. Approaching minimums.
200. Minimum.
Minimums.
Continue.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Speed brake up. No reverse engine
Really?
1 and engine 2. 60 knots.
What was that? Did you see that? Something just like across the middle of the airport. I don't even know what that was.
Checked.
Oh, that was wonderful. That was hilarious. I kind of saw it coming for a split second there. Now we gotta add power just to get to the next exit here. Hopefully the tires are not roasted. Wow. Something is weird with this scenery too. Like, look at how low res these runway images are. There's something very odd about this scenery. It's like it hasn't even loaded like the ground textures or something here. And I noticed that kind of on final there, like the runway looked surprisingly blurry. Yeah, I would be careful on that runway. I don't know what the hell that was. I have never seen that before. I've landed here a bunch of times and I have never seen that before. That was weird and frustrating.
That's 392 cross runway 18 left at Whiskey Kilo, contact ground 12165, good day.
Alright, cross 18 left at Whiskey Kilo, and then, sorry, ground point, what, sorry?
12165.
2165, thank you very much, Alaska 392, and just so you know, we hit something there on the runway, about a third of the way down, not sure what it was.
Is it like a fault on the runway, or is it something else?
No, it looked like a scenery glitch, actually. Just ran right into it. It looked like something right across the runway.
Roger, thanks for advising us.
Tower American 2577, we're in final 18 right.
That's the only reason why
American 2577, runway 18 right, clear to land.
20 right, clear to land, American 2577.
That's annoying. That's really, really annoying. It was such a nice landing, too, overall, and then crunch. What the frack? After landing flow.
Checked.
After landing. After landing.
Back isolated.
After landing. After landing. After landing flow. After landing checklist.
Checked.
You're an idiot.
Back isolated.
It's not what I said at all. Stupid jackass. Fine, to myself. Ground Alaska 392 on Whiskey Kilo, taxi gate Echo 11.
Alaska 392, Fort Worth ground, good day. Make a right on Foxtrot, Alpha, Lima, Echo Lima into the Echo Gates.
Foxtrot Alpha Lima Echo Lima into the Echo Gates, Alaska 392, thanks. Alright. Seems to be moving okay. I kind of just want to check and see if it's had a tire failure, because after that landing, it wouldn't surprise me. Aircraft failures to nose tire balance, yeah. I'm going to take that away because that was really ridiculous. Okay, so that should keep me moving a little better here. For some reason, he doesn't want to do an after landing flow, so flaps all the way up. Lights are all as required. Don't need those. Turn that to off. bother starting the APU until we get a little closer to gate Echo 11. But wow, that was annoying. That was it's weird because like this part of the airport seems to have loaded just fine and it seems to be okay, but for some reason the west part of the airport there, I'm gonna have to play with this later. I've landed a DFW a number of times and I have never had these issues, but it looks like another one right there. Just like the edge of the train tile. And then, yeah, like I've got, this is weird. I'm gonna go, I might uninstall and reinstall this scenery because there's some weird stuff going on here. Now we're back to very low res textures again, like non-existent textures. It's weird because I've come to DFW before, I've never had issues like this before DFW.
American 2577, Fort Worth ground, safe parking.
The Bravo terminal somewhere, we'll find out soon.
American 2577, left on Foxtrot, take Whiskey Juliet to the Bravo gate.
Foxtrot with Juliet to Bravo gate, American 2577, see you. Thanks.
Well, that was just downright embarrassing watching that thing collide with the ground like that. Not impressed. I wish someone would make a proper DFW too, like I wish there would be a good developer. I feel like it's going to be I&I Build. I&I Build seems to be the one that seems to redevelop all the bespoke airports and make much better versions. So I feel like at some point I&I Build is going to come along and do it. Sooner rather than later, because I like coming to DFW. I come here a lot. I think it's a fun little airport. It's a busy airport, huge airport, good scenery. But yeah. I've never seen that kind of a glitch before at any of the airports, let alone this one. But it seems like half the scenery tiles at this airport just are not loading. Because we keep on going from like good textures to bad textures. Which also includes like a little bump along the way here. And DFW ground Alaska 392, did you say taxi Alpha or Bravo over to Lima?
Alaska 392, taxi via Alpha, Lima, Echo Mike, and then Echo Gate.
Alright, Alpha and then Lima, thank you, Alaska 392. Yeah, there is something wonky. I wonder if I'm curious too, if I reload this like right from scratch, if it'll load up better. If there's something just sort of hung up in the loading process, or if there's some corrupted data, because this is just, I'm taxiing around just like on gray blurs. But then it'll be fine up ahead here. It'll be blurry again. Curious if anybody else has got this problem in DFW or if this is just me. I'm a little scared to use the bridges here. Hopefully the bridges are okay here. They're going to end up in the ditch. That was annoying though. All that work, 4 hours of flying, and then you end up with this absolute nightmare landing like that. Still seems to think I'm okay here, taxi in. Hasn't terminated, the flight has crashed. I turned off crash detect a long time ago, not because I'm afraid of crashing, but because of VATSIM. VATSIM you end up needing crash detect off because you never know when someone's going to spawn to a gate right on top of you and end your flight at some point. Wow, I don't like the look of this bridge here. I do not like the look of this bridge here. Okay, we are going to take a little tiny cheat here. Hill there, over this giant country terrain there. Wow, I'm going to uninstall and reinstall this airport because something is corrupted with this. Half of the scenery tiles have gone missing or something. That's weird. Annoying too. I used to check like both my arrival and departure airport the day before a stream, and I've stopped doing that because MSFS has usually been very reliable. This is kind of a weird aberration where this
American 2216 Fort Worth ground.
Lima's the second left.
Taxi via Lima, Echo Juliet to Alpha Gate.
Lima Echo Juliet, American 2216.
I didn't even see you landed on 17 right there. 17 center maybe. Alright, now we can start the APU. Start the APU. You recognize the command, but decided not to do it anyways. Screw you, man. Not a good day. FS2 crew is screwing up, and boy, this scenery is screwed up. I don't want to hit this too hard here, because it's going to be a bit of a jolt. Crunch. Yep. Set off the stall warning. And so here's the airport terminal building missing here. It's like the train stations are there, but the building behind it is missing. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Hopefully that gate, it looks like the gates are all there at least. Wow, that was interesting. I'm more than a little disappointed by that whole thing. I don't know what's going on here. Here's Echo Lima. As we go in, it'll be a little bit on our left. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Pretty sure each of the bespoke airports you can turn them on and off individually in the content manager here. So I'm going to turn this one off completely and then turn it back on again. Or I might even remove the world update that has this airport and re-download it. Or was this one of the first airports? Because this is just weird. All sorts of stuff is missing. The whole building of the terminal is missing over here, I think. Should be. There's a parking garage. The parking garage at least is taller. Those are the buildings there, but the parking garage is missing or something. Alright, Echo 11. I see some guys waiting over here. There's not a whole lot in the way of ground textures here, so try and pick our way along as best we can. Lights and doors. Oh, flight simming is such a fun hobby, but boy, it can be frustrating at times. I don't even know where I'm supposed to be here. Okay, who's the marshaller? You're the marshaller. So you can't really go any further left because you got a thing parked there. Alright, we made it. Generator on bus, but that's okay. We're to submit your flight. Well, I guess we finished it anyways. Such as it was. I feel like this jetway might not even work because this thing's so effed here.
The boarding requested.
Anyways. Shutdown checklist.
Stand by.
This guy didn't do anything, did he? Shutdown checklist.
Stand by.
Okay, I'm standing by. Yeah, just need a $5,000 PC just to have 60 FPS. Yeah, that would be nice. I'm happy with 30. If I can keep it around 30, it's fine. And with this low quality scenery, that should be no problem. Shutdown checklist.
Shutdown checklist. Fuel pumps. Off. Probe heat. Off. Hydraulic panel. Set. Flaps.
0. Up.
Parking brake.
Set.
Engine start levels.
Cut off.
Weather radar.
Off.
Off. Shutdown checklist completed.
Well, that was a test of my patience anyways. What a horrible looking airport. What the F, man. I guess the building is back there, but there's a whole parking garage in the middle that's missing too. I think the bridges are not lined up. They just, this whole thing is. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, yeah, like you spend $4,400 on a computer and it still lags. And yeah, at the end of the day, I don't complain too much about the performance, because I think one of the things that they did, and I think it's probably a smart thing, is that they designed the simulator for computers that don't even exist yet, rather than create a simulator that is purely based on the idea of the simulators that that already exist, or are based on the computers that already exist. You know, let's make a simulator that when we do get more powerful computers, we'll be able to ramp up the settings further, and you'll be able to get a better experience with a higher performance computer. So you know, it seems like a lot of like the cutting edge games tend to go that way. They tend to create games that are so intense, require such high performance that the existing systems can't handle them, and they're really designed for the next generation systems. That way the game has longevity. Even as faster computers come out, people will revisit the game because they can play it at the higher settings that they could never play it at with the hardware that was available when the game came out. So yeah, I'm not against it. I think it's okay, and I have to say, like, I think for the most part, Flight Simulator does a pretty good job of keeping performance reasonable and attuning to your computer. I think they've done a very good job of it. Are you sure you want to submit the flight? Yes, I do. Such as it was, I'm sure I'm going to have a very low score, because probably hit the ground at who knows what speed. The original touchdown was pretty good, and then the bounce when we hit whatever it was there across the runway. Boy. Alright, and then we got to do the reverse leg, but not today. Let's just go check out the logbook and see what that cost me in terms of points, because that was disappointing. Score 76. That, I think, might be the lowest score I've ever got. There was all sorts of stuff that went wrong with this one. The FS2 crew was not on it here. Max pitch angle, I failed that one because of that. Max G-force greater than 2.5, failed that one. Beacon light on, honeycomb switches. Landing rate minus 1,232, yeah, that'll do it. Landing light off, so yeah, that whole thing just absolutely turned it to poo. This is a pilot's life. This is a pilot's life version, chapter 2. So, from SimBit World, it's basically you're simulating the airline life, and this is exactly what I am doing here on stream. Is I'm basically going through the motions of this. So I'm not going to make enough points to get this next promotion because I lost so many points because of that impact with the scenery on the runway. So I'm going to restart this flight here from this airport, just see if it reloads better, and if it doesn't reload better, we're going to reinstall the scenery, because that is just abysmal. You know, the ground textures, obviously this is not the way it's supposed to look, but something's not loading properly. Something is loaded at the low level of detail. I wonder if I can even just force it to try and reload here. Yeah, I just don't know what to do here. Like, it's so awful right now. Render scaling, train level of detail. So let's bring it up to a higher level and see what happens. See if it'll force anything to reload, but I don't think it's going to. I think it's decided that it's fine the way it is. Yeah, I'm going to try reloading this. Because it's weird, because some of these objects are loaded, some of them are not. The textures are not loaded here on the ground. I don't know what's going on here. Anyways, that was a fun flight until the end there. Until the catapulting down the runway at the last minute there. That was rather unpleasant, but the rest of it was good. So I hope you guys had fun. I hope you enjoyed that. I am thoroughly disappointed by that arrival there. Thoroughly disappointed by the scenery here. 2 days ago, landed in Barcelona and hit an invisible wall in short final. Yeah, I think what I ended up hitting was a scenery tile. I think it was the edge between one scenery tile and the next scenery tile. One had loaded and adjusted the elevation slightly, the next had not. I feel like that's what happened, because because then you saw these all around the airport. You saw all these broken scenery tiles all around the airport. So I feel like that's what it was that I saw as we were rolling down the runway at 70-80 knots. Oh well, what are you gonna do? This is a very trying hobby sometimes. I do enjoy it so much, and when things go well, it's fun and it's tons of fun. But boy, this is a challenging hobby sometimes to enjoy. You want to enjoy it, and it seems to hit you when you're down, and you end up like, why do I even put myself through this sometimes? Why do I spend the money? Why do I spend my time here? Yeah, well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. So hope I didn't distract you too much from your work all day with my constant yammering. But yeah, anyways, I enjoyed that flight until the very end. I hope you guys did too, and I hope you'll stick with me for the next one. Hopefully we'll try to do it again next week. I can't remember if it's Monday or Tuesday I'm off next week, but on whatever day I'm off next week, Monday or Tuesday, we'll try and get the return flight in from DFW back to Portland again. Hopefully we won't hit any invisible walls on the runway on landing next time. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for your patience with me as I curse my sim up and down, and we'll see you guys all out there real soon. Have a great rest of your day.